Hello, hello, everybody. Welcome back to the cafe. It's great to see you guys today. I hope you're all having a great day and you had a great night. So, thank you for being here today. I appreciate you guys. As you can see within the title, we are looking into the missing Angel Turner missing out of West Virginia. Very important that we put that out there and take a look at that. Get some awareness out, show her face, talk about it, and make it known to the world so that we can help find and bring this little girl home. And after that, towards the end, guys, we're looking into another case, interestingly enough, titled The Wedgie Killer. And it's all in the title, folks. I'm telling you right now, facts are facts. So it's definitely interesting. And we're going to take a look at that as well. I want to thank you all for joining me today. I hope you guys are here for the haul because we're going to be here for a minute as we cover both these cases. And please share this out to anybody you think would be interested in sharing this information with us. I appreciate that very much. And please make sure that you guys do hit that like button on your way through the door. And if you're just hanging out and lurking, as they call it, please hit the button anyway. That makes YouTube happy. It gets us in the algorithm, and they're happy. We're happy. Everybody's happy. So please do that if we can. Meanwhile, what do you say we get this old boat on the road and get to rolling, guys? Here we go. Here we go. All right, all right, all right. Welcome back to the True Crime Cafe, guys. It is great to see y'all here. I hope you're all having an amazing day. And we can only make it better by hanging out together as we go over these cases. Again, guys, we're looking into the missing case of Miss Angel Turner out of West Virginia. And towards the end of the show, we're going to talk about the Wedgie Killer, tactfully named. It is what it is. Things happen. Actually, the name of him in the case is the Atomic Wedgie Killer. Take it for what it is, folks. Come on in, guys. Grab a chair, grab a toilet, grab a stump, whatever you got to grab. Get yourselves comfortable and come on down. Come on down. Come on down, come on down, come on down, come on down. Let's see who we got in here today with us. Let's see here. We got 40 people in here. By the way, guys, please make sure that you're hitting that like button. when you come through the door so that we can get this up into the algorithm and make YouTube happy. And if they're happy, we're happy, and you're happy, and I'm happy, and we're all effing happy. How about that? Yes, let's be happy. Happy, 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 happy. So, speaking of happy, happy, let's see who we got here today. It looks like a Mr. Brian Braguy's in the house. Brian's Ramblings. Thank you for rambling on in here, sir, and rambling with us. We appreciate you. Miss Sherry with Wisdom Speaks in the house. Thank you for joining us today, as always. Leslie and Billy, good to see you, my dear. Thank you for being here. Alicia J, hello, dear. Good to have you back, as always. Doc Holiday's in the house, folks. Good to see you, Doc. Thank you for joining us today. Miss Cassie, hey, 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 hey. Hello. How are you, Miss Cassie? McGurd. Good to see you. Let's see. Donna Berry, welcome to you, my dear. Good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Again, always a pleasure to have any of you in here. Walt Harris, my own personal troll in the house. Good to see you, Walt. Good to have you. Good to see you, my brother. DS, welcome back to you. Great to see you as well. Salty Sleuths in the house, folks. Thank you for joining us, Salty. Hope you're being safe out on them roads. Thank you for joining us today. Appreciate you very much, Andy Rose. Always a pleasure. Good to see you too, dear. Thank you for being here today. Let me see here. Thank you for that as well. I'll explain that in a minute too. Moni in the middle. Where's she at? We know she's in the middle, but she's right here too. And I appreciate you for that, Moni. Thank you for joining us. So very much appreciated. Brandy B, the OG in the house. What is happening, Miss Brandy B? Thank you for joining us, dear. Thank you for being here. Jax 215's in the house. Yo, to you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good Lord. Already, Miss Leslie. I see it. I see it. SRB's in the house on her way to the fair. Thank you for tuning in either way, SRB. I appreciate you very much. Hello, Miss Rowe. Good to see you today. Great to have you here. Where are you at, Doodle? Where are you at? Let's see here. Let's see. Miss Wisdom Speaks. Miss Sherry, always happy to see you. Please, again, guys, please make sure you're hitting that like button. Thank you, Andy, for that again. And again, guys, anybody, goodness. Kim North of 54th. Good to see you, Miss Kim. Thank you for joining us today. Appreciate you very much. 40 people in here, but only 22 likes. What is going on? That's what I question is, Moni. Come on, guys. Let's make a match and get this up into that algorithm, please. And thank you, if you will. Come on down, guys. Come on down. Come on. Wedgie Killer just nailed that mood. There you go. There you go, Brian. There you go. You guys got to thank Mama Bear for that one. She sent that over. She'll be joining us here shortly as well. Doodle, where are you? Oh, Doodle. Where is my Doodle? Where are you, Doodle? Doodle. Diddly-doo, diddle-doo. I understand, Donna. No worries. Some of these cases are very hard to deal with in some senses, and I absolutely do understand. Come on in, everybody. Please hit the like button as you come through the door. I appreciate that so very much. So thank you. And I missed a couple of these things here. I got to look back, though. It looks like, come on now. Looks like Miss Leslie and Billy gifted a membership to the cafe to Miss Christy Jennings. Congratulations. And thank you so much, Miss Leslie. Congrats. And welcome to the sauce, Miss Christy. Appreciate that very much. And then she gifted another one to Spitfire Chef 821, Chef Fran. Welcome to the sauce, Chef Fran, and thank you for tuning in to us. I appreciate that. And Leslie, thank you so very much for that. God bless, and we appreciate more than you know. So we got 2 new members within the first 5 seconds, guys. That is so very awesome. And then looks like Mr. Brian dropped a $2 super chat, super atomic wedgie. Yes, sir. That's what the thought is there on that. Mark and Betty's in the house. Welcome back. Great to see you, and welcome from over the pond. We appreciate you guys so very much. So very much. Come on down, guys. My gird, Miss Cassie. Hello, and how are ya? Did Doodle show up yet? Where is she? I know she's in. There she is. Hello, my Doodle. Hello, humans. Do we know they're human, though? Are you sure that you can claim that, Doodle? Come on now. Of course they are. They're the most beautiful people out here. Absolutely. Absolutely. Where did you go, Andy? DS, great to see you. If I didn't say it already, I'm sorry. Yes, the head meatball is in the house. Miss Andy, thank you for that. And I want to thank everybody out front and up front. Anybody that donates to these links today, Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal. God bless. It's never expected, guys. But anybody that does, my son, Caden, you all know him. The marching band that he's in, they're going to Cedar Point tomorrow. They have to march through Cedar Point for some band thing they do, and then they spend the rest of the day there. So anybody that donates to this, anything that I get on this is going to him for spending money tomorrow. So again, thank you to anybody that has donated, period. And thank you to anybody that may. But that's where that is going today, guys. And I appreciate every bit of that. It's never, and we don't expect it, guys. So you don't have to do it. Don't feel like you do. But I do appreciate it because of that's every reason. So thank you. Thank you. And thank you again, Miss Andy, for that. Mystic Butterfly, hello and welcome. Oh, Leslie, don't remind me. Don't remind me. It's only Monday. I am going out of my mind. Welcome, Steven's Adventure. Good to see you. I miss her so bad. I really do miss her so bad. Miss Donna, please don't worry about that. And none of you have to, truly. I'm just letting you know that's where it's going today. I just appreciate you being here, Miss Donna. God bless very much. Josie West, hello. I hope you're feeling better, dear, and welcome back. Great to have you here. Great to see you. You never have to explain that situation, Miss Donna. Any of you ever. Just don't do it. That's all there is to it. Period. I'm just grateful to have you here listening to us, hanging with us, and spending that time with us, Miss Donna. That's what's most important to me, period. You are absolutely welcome, dear. Doodle, can you drop that if you can, please, hon? Appreciate that very much. Yeah, I think it's kind of cool, Brady. He will have a blast because they don't. It's a free. Well, it's not a free trip. It comes out of their student fees that come out of the band thing at the beginning of the year. They go and they do a whole marching thing. And there's a couple other schools, I guess, that go to this, but they go. I think at 10 a.m. they march. He has to be there by 7:30 in the morning tomorrow. They march through the whole facility, the whole thing. And then when they're done, they have the rest of the day till like 10 o'clock or 10:30 tomorrow night. And they get to ride everything for free and go on the ride and just be there. You know what I'm saying? Thank you, Doodle. And we just don't have any, there's no spending money to toss him so he can eat and all that kind of stuff and whatever. So that's what that's going towards. And why? Park you, hello and welcome and thank you for that super chat. My parents got me drums. Okay, Brian. Are you a drummer too? Love the drums. I am a drummer. Been a drummer since I was 10 years old. And by the way, guys, because I didn't get to do it last night, Salty had a really great show last night, and it went over a ways longer than I thought. So tonight, we are doing me and Caden will be joining you guys tonight together for a little entertainment, as well as a little decompression and relaxation from the true crime world. So I hope you're all here for that. It should be interesting. I had the drum pads too, Brian, for practice. They make no noise. Agreed. Absolutely. No worries, Miss Leslie. Thank you and God bless so very much. It will. Oh, yeah, I'll check right now. Thank you. I thank you. Stormy's in the house. Hello. And welcome back, Miss Stormy. You lost all interest. How could you lose interest from the drums, Brian? Drumming is amazing. Faux show. Absolutely amazing. I love it. I just love instruments altogether. Thank you so much, Leslie. God bless. We appreciate you very much. Hey to you, Stormy. We got 49 peeps in here with 33 likes, guys. We're getting there. Please make it match if you will. Thank you so very much. The pad did not do so. Oh, you could still make noise with those pads, Brian. I know I did. I played off the rim too. He. I got you, Brian. You're a trip. I swear to God. Absolutely, Mark and Betty. Absolutely nothing but friends here. And we absolutely appreciate and love you for being here. Thank you for that. For joining us. That's all that matters. Thank you, Miss Cassie. Anybody wants to become a member of the sauce and become a meatball, there's the link right there. Come on in, become official, and join the gang, guys. Jump into sauce with us. Please do. That is the official link. And if you are on your phone and you're not on an Android and you struggle through with the iPhone, there is the link to get in via the iPhone, and it seems to always work. And thank you again for that, Miss Cass. Hello, Irma Gerd. Come on in, everybody. Get comfortable, if you will. And again, if anybody's interested in getting any merchandise, t-shirts, hoodies, coffee mugs, underwear, bikinis, hats, candles, comforters, blankets, throw blankets, anything you pretty much can think of, we have it in there, and it's right inside this link here. Head over to the True Crime Cafe shop and pick up something for yourselves. Please do if you do. Any one of you Mert balls can do it. Irma Gerd, Mertbers. Irma Gerd, True Crime. Yeah, I can't do that. Bershi, did you for Burbichi? Popcorn. By the way, if you hear me doing that, that's the Swedish chef. I got a bunch of weirdos part of my team in here. And thank you for that team, the Blue Crew, for joining me today. I appreciate you guys very much. Because as I always say, I could not, would not, nor should not try to do this without you all. Because you make it happen. And I appreciate you so very much, as well as I do my producers. Thank you for being here with me today as well. God bless. You guys are amazing. We got there by train. They got rid of us during summer, sending us to 3 camp. Oh, band camp. Brian went to band camp. Imagine that one, guys. Can you imagine Brian telling and this one time at band camp story? My dad constantly sends me Swedish Chef stuff. The Swedish Chef is the best. Him and next to Animal, he was the best Muppet, in my opinion. I love Animal, of course, because I'm a drummer, and Animal was the shit. But after that, the Swedish Chef is the stuffs. Papa Man, what's happening, brother? How are you today? Good to see you. Good to have you here. Thank you for joining us, bro. Hope you're having a great day and had a great weekend, sir. Welcome to Monday. By the way, guys, it's August 12th, 2024. This month is just floating on by. Lerv Mercer Merbers. Jesus Christ. Lerv Mercer Merbers. Yeah. Say that again 3 times. That's right. Best mods ever. We have the very best merge. Bork. See, everybody's got it in now. Bork, dirt, bird. Thirsty burr. Bork. I've been teaching Lincoln how to talk to. Oh, God, Cassie. Are you serious? You're such a great mom there. Now, what are you going to do when you get a phone call from school that your child is talking like nothing but that instead of speaking the English language? Explain that one, Miss Cass. Good God. Oh, Lord. I can just see that one. Pretty good drummer as well, Dago, from what I've heard. Thank you, sir. If that's what I think you're saying, I appreciate that very much. I try. I am not. I just said the bort, bort, bort. I see what you were saying, Butterfly. Why do I have to bounce when I do it? Is that part of it? When you do the bort, 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 you have to bounce when you do it? I heard that. Leslie, California had a bad earthquake. Again, they just had one the other day, I thought. Uh-oh. Cameron. How old's Cameron going to be? Is he turning 18, Miss Sherry? I respond with Ermagerd Nerwer. Nerwer. Okay, you can respond with that. That works. I hope you guys do know who we're talking about. 24. Okay, I thought he was younger than that, Sherry. I thought you had said that there was one that was about to be 18, or maybe it was 16. Maybe I misunderstood. I'm sorry. T2014 in the house. What's going on? Okay, let me show you real fast. Hey, Miss Kells, 420, welcome to you. This is what we're talking about for those of you who did it are not familiar. And there we are, my friend, the chef. Just so you know, that's what that weird ass language we're speaking. This is him. And this is why. And just so you guys all know, our Cassie started this a while ago. I don't know why or where it came from, but she started. And they put it in the pot, and the covered it with the wood. Right. So that is the Swedish chef for anybody that doesn't understand. Happy's laughing out loud, sitting here alone. At least nobody can hear you, bro. Don't worry about it. You're good. My Junie will be 8 in November. Alicia. It's great to have Happy Man here. Leslie says the girl's dad looks like Animal when we were married. That's awesome. I wish I could look like Animal. I wish I could play like Animal. My kids are looking at me like I'm an idiot. That's when you know you're doing something right there, Alicia. Yeah, yeah, they're very close in age. My Junie will be 8 years old November 16th. And then I'll be 50 November 23rd. Kim North of 54th. Good to see you. Park you again. Great to have you. T2014. You as well. Barai guys in the house today with us. We got 63 amazing peeps in here. It was a 4.4, huh? Didn't they have a 5.2 the other day? Homemade burgers and fries. That sounds awesome, Doodle. Tell Preston, good job, brother. It is great to have you here, Pappy. It's always fun to have you here as well, my friend. Brian has Instacart coming. I have no doubt, Brian. No doubt whatsoever. I think I'm doing hot dogs tonight. It is what it is, guys. Hurt dergs. We're having hurt dergs. I just noticed after 50 years, the Swedish chef has human hands. What? Why did I just notice this? Ebert. Birdie, 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 popcorn. Popcorn. I think he did always. Well, I mean, you got to think about it, Mittens. With everything he does with his hands, there's no way in hell that those puppet hands could have been able to do that. So that's probably why they had to do it. Dragonfly, welcome back to you. Good to see you, and it's great to have you here. Yes, Caden's doing it in the background now too. Popcorn. And Mittens, welcome to you. Always a pleasure. Come on in, guys. Come on in. Come on in. Please, please, and thank you, please. Ebert. Rubber ducky, you're the one. You make bath time all so fun. Puppet hands can do anything, Stormy said. Okay, Mocha was in the house. What's up? All right, all right, all right. I'll be honest with you, though. When I was a kid, when the Muppet Show was a big deal thing, you know, I have to be honest that I was afraid of that blue eagle thing that always did the news. He creeped me the hell out, like literally scared me. Yeah, I gotta say, I think he always did, because every video I've seen, he's got human hands, which is very weird to me. Everyone I'm looking at, there's human hands. So he did him and there was one with him and Beaker too. You know that thing that beeps, Beaker. Birdie Bot, Bird and Ernie, Hebert, Gonzo, and Animal. Gonzo was cool. Gonzo always reminded me of a stoner. Am I wrong? You know, it just kind of reminded me of that stoned out dude that was on something that just couldn't handle life, you know? Yell all if you have Publix in your market. We don't have, I don't have Publix here. Animal, though, yes. Animal. JCN, hello. What are you doing? Good to see you. Good to have you here. The brows, yes. Butterfly, yes. Very bushy eyebrows. Thank God the Swedish Chef is not cloud and black, because Lord knows where we'd be with that. You know? Kermit D. Prog. Welcome, Lucia Williamson. Thank you guys for jumping in with us today. We're about to get started. Come on in, everybody. Get comfortable, if you will. Let's do this thing, if we can. We got 45 peeps in here with, or 58 peeps in here with 45 likes. Let's try to make it right. Stop what? What did I do, miss? What did I do now, Cass? I'm just saying, the Swedish Chef has really bushy eyebrows. So, can you imagine what would happen if he was clad in black? Oh, boy. Mr. Snuffleupagus. Oh, so you're one of them stoners that just don't move once you get, because that's what he did. Snuffleupagus, he just didn't move. I relate to Oscar the Grouch. You're more like Elmo to me, Doodle. I don't know why. You remind me more of Elmo. I think I relate more to Oscar the Grouch because I'm always grumpy. We never did cartoons. Brian, I'm sorry that you lived. How can you not watch cartoons, Brian? Come on. These aren't even cartoons. They're puppets. The chef. Oh, yeah. Cloud and black. I mean, he's got them eyebrows, Cass. That's what I'm talking about. Oscar was awesome. Yes. Come on in, guys. Like I said, today we're looking into the missing case of Miss Angel Turner. And then we're going to be looking into the Wedgie killer, guys. Anyone who knows me will see my favorite Muppets and go, ooh, it all makes sense. Who is it, Andy? Who is your favorite Muppet? Please tell me. or Muppets. I know Doodlebug likes Miss Piggy. She's always sending me Miss Piggy stuff. Excuse me. Yeah, 63 peeps and 48 likes. Come on now. I was wondering who was going to catch it. Yes, Miss Stormy, I did say the Wedgie Killer. The actual title of the case and the case name is the Atomic Wedgie Killer, Stormy. That's the name of the case. Thank you so much, Dragonfly. I appreciate you very much. Yes, guys, pretend like you like me. You don't have to really do it. Just pretend like you do and hit that like button, please. I really want to make that t-shirt. I want to buy it too. I just want to put on there, pretend like you like me, and have the, you hear me, Doodle? Pretend like you like me, and then underneath it, I want the subscribe button underneath there, and then just put hit like. Are you intrigued, Stormy? Because I was too. You can thank Mama Bear when she joins us. She's the one that sent it to me. So yes. Thank you, Andy Rose. And again, anybody that does donate to these links just for today and today only, everything that goes to these today is going to Mr. Caden, my little Dago, baby Dago, whatever you guys want to call him. He's going to Cedar Point tomorrow to march with his school marching band. It's a competition thing with other bands, I guess, and they've marched through the whole amusement park. And when he's done, they're there for the whole day. So I would like to send him with some kind of spending money that I just don't have right now. So that and any donations will go to him. So thank you ahead of time for any of you that do donate. If you don't, you don't. It's no big deal. Please don't think you have to. We don't expect it, but we do appreciate it. So thank you. I do like Cookie Monster as well, Lucia. And welcome, Saint. Thank you for joining us. I love your name. I really do love that name, Saint. It's really cool. Don't do it, Brian. Don't do it. I will show you. Don't do it. It'll be all right. We'll get there shortly. I was just trying to give everybody a chance to jump in here before I got started on this, because I want everybody to know the information about Angel for sure. Don't ruin it. And I love you all very much, Miss Stormy. I absolutely do, and I thank you for that. You as well, Brian. I love you guys to death. It's a surprise. It's a real case, guys. I ain't playing. It's a real case. It's kind of sad, actually, but it's a real case. I really can't believe they called it that, but it is absolutely, if you just think about it, it is what it is. Oh, yeah, we got to get those Let's Crack the Case sweatpants going too, Andy. We got everything else in there. Hurt the lurk Burton. Thank you, Andy. Yes. If you will, guys, please hurt the lurk Burton. Think about the name, the Wedgie Killer. Believe it or not, it's real. Gotta wait. Gotta wait. Demon Dog, welcome. Well, we got to do the most important thing first, and that is to talk about Angel Turner, guys, because that is, you know, all jokes aside, she's missing, and it's not a good deal. So we need to bring her home. Oh, no, it ain't that, Brian, but it is definitely a problem. That'd be a cool one too, Mark and Betty. Breakfast at Dago's. That's cool as hell. I like that, because I've been thinking about doing early morning coffee with you guys. We shall see. So. And I do have to give you guys an update on Joshua Zimmerman as well, so I'll throw that in here too. Thank you all for being here today for it. I appreciate you very much. 64 peeps, guys, and make sure you're hitting that like button, please, 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 if you will. Let me find this here for you guys here. Where is it? 1 second, please. this is a hard one too, you guys, because there's not a lot of info I could find on Angel's case. I don't understand why, but um, I'll figure it out, of course. But hold on a second here. I'm trying to pull something up to show you guys. Here we go. Cooking and watching, watching and cooking. I got you, Saint Demon Dog. Good to see you here. It's coming soon. Don't worry. I'll give it to you guys here in a minute. We got to do the most important one first, though. So, right now, like I said, this is Angel Turner, guys, out of Morgan County. She was last seen August 2nd, 2024. She's 15 years old, 5'1", 260 pounds. She's missing from the Fairview Drive area of Berkeley Springs, West Virginia. She's 15 years old. She was last seen last night at her home. This was put out August 2nd. So, and she was wearing white striped t-shirt and black shorts with white sneakers. If anybody does have any information on Miss Angel here or any ideas as to anything whatsoever, please contact Morgan County Sheriff's Department at 304-269-0305, guys. And let's try to bring this lovely young lady home to her family where she belongs, okay? Again, there's not a whole lot to this, guys, unfortunately. There really isn't. So what I can do, and I looked around, I had to find the best thing I could find to bring it to you. I couldn't find any news breaks. Like, I like to show you guys that kind of stuff too. It's not out here. I don't understand why there's no news to this, which is why I wanted to bring this to you guys. But our friend Miss Michelle, she decided she wanted to talk about it too. So I'm going to give you that right about wait a minute. Hold on a second. I have an idea. Okay. Sorry, guys. Making sure I'm not missing anybody. Can you guys hear me okay? Good. Good, 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 good. Okay, so Carrie, hold on a minute here, guys. There was somebody that interviewed the mother. Hold on a minute here. And I'm going to review that with you guys so that we can figure out what we're trying to do here. 1 second, guys. Sorry. 1 second. Okay, hold on a minute here. So this was a stream done by Sleuth Mom 4 days ago. I'm gonna say it was August 8th. Okay, this is based out of West Virginia again. For whatever reason, West Virginia does not put out a lot of stuff, but it reminds me of the UK. Okay, sorry guys, choked on myself. Anyway, so this is the best I can do because I can't find this news anywhere. I'm sure that it's probably out here somewhere, but I've been digging and digging and digging and digging since this morning. Guess what? Nothing. But it's important that we see this and we hear this. So, 1 second here. All right, all right, all right. So there's one thing I am going to show that for. 1 second here. We're going to go with this first. All right, so. All right. Now, let me move all this other stuff out of your way. So again, this was put out August 5th. The mother of the missing Morgan County teenager believes that her daughter was abducted. There's Angel again, 15 years old, missing out of Berkeley Springs, West Virginia. The mother of a missing Berkeley Springs teenager says 15-year-old Angel Turner left her phone, her dog, and her medicine behind when she disappeared sometime in the early morning hours of Saturday. So, first red flag, folks, especially with a 15-year-old girl, she left her phone. Something's not right. They don't do that. It just doesn't happen. Okay, Miss Andy. No problem, hon. So her dad made the discovery in the Fairview Drive area of Berkeley Springs. The gate that keeps her dog out of her bedroom was out of place. The dog didn't come out to meet him. Angel's mom, Carrie Michaels, said that he went looking for her, couldn't find her, and noticed the dog was outside. She left her watch behind, which is her phone, and her medications. Michaels, who said her daughter is pre-diabetic, said that neighbors reported seeing two separate vehicles around the property Thursday of last week. Michaels said that her daughter is pre-diabetic. I'm sorry, I did that already. Canine units were deployed to the property since Saturday morning, a missing poster has been circulated thousands of times online. There's also a Facebook page called Help Find Angel Turner, which I will show you guys. Now, it is a problem. If this little girl's pre-diabetic and doesn't have her medication, that can be very dangerous, guys. Very dangerous. And we don't want that, okay? So, Michael said that she has no way to track her daughter, being that the phone was not taken, things like that, okay? We have no information other than what has been given to us by neighbors, she said. Berkeley Springs and Morgan County are asking people to check their video cameras to see if there's any information from 11:30 p.m. Friday until about 8:30 a.m. on Saturday. So throughout the night, we know how this goes, guys. We've seen this many a times. Sebastian Rogers, all of these cases, we know how this works. So again, same type protocol, okay? Michael's bullet. Now here we go, and this is another thing we know quite a bit about. Michael said she believes someone groomed her daughter. Michael said that she and Angel's dad had taken steps to limit the ways Angel could be online. Investigators are looking at any devices that they know Angel might have had access to. Angel does not have a history of running away. She's a homebody like her mama, Michael said. In my mind, in my heart, in my soul, this is an abduction, and I can feel it. Okay? Her mom said that they don't know which direction Angel was taken, and pointing out the proximity of Interstates 70 and 68, as well as Route 522 near Berkeley Springs. She is described as a white female, 5'1", 260 pounds. She was last reportedly wearing a white t-shirt, black shorts, white sneakers. Anyone with information is asked to contact the Morgan County Sheriff's Office at 304-258-0305. I'm going to try to get in contact with her mom if I can, to see if maybe we can get a talk with her. Okay. Now, what I am going to show you guys is the only thing I could find, guys, that will help to give is an interview that mom, which is Carrie Morgan, did. Okay. She did it with another creator on another channel. And they did a great job. Give me a second here to pull it up for you guys. Okay, again, for my mods, if you could please put a link down to give credit to Sleuth's mom, which is the channel that did the interview with Miss Carrie. Okay, Carrie Morgan again is the mother of Angel. So again, please, if we can, guys, let's drop that link if we can figure it out. If not, I can do it. It's no big deal. Actually, I will do it. Don't worry about it, guys. I got it right here. Boom. There is the link to the channel Sleuth Mom. If you guys want to go check it out, like her stuff. This is a great interview, and it does give a lot of insight into the situation. So we're going to check this out real quick here. Please let me know if you guys have any issues with the audio, obviously, okay? 1 second here. I'm going to speed this up just a tinge and throw some of these in here just in case you guys don't get what she's saying, because it is important to me. And here we go.
Is just wanting you to be found. You know, if there's something going on in your life that you need assistance with, or you need to talk to someone, you can always reach out. There are organizations, there are ways that we can get you the assistance that you need if it's something that you chose to do on your own.
Thank you, Andy.
Just know that wherever you are, that this country loves you. The town that you came from loves you. The people that you are surrounded with day after day, they love you, they care about you, and they care about the fact that you are missing. And all that they are doing is spreading the word and trying to make sure that everybody in this country gets that same outlook on your life and falls in love with you the same way that they all are, so that we can help find you. And we will find you, Angel. And so if you are somewhere on your own accord, you know, please consider reaching out to your mama. Let your mama know what's going on. I know she is devastated and missing you. So good morning to everybody, though. We are going to listen to this interview that Carrie did last night with this podcast. It's called Naked Truths, Two Chicks on the Mic. I'm going to make sure I say it right, because if you just look up Two Chicks on the Mic, there are many, many different people with that same name or a derivative of that name. And so make sure you put Naked Truths in front of it. There seems to be several that have that Two Chicks on the Mic. And so make sure you put that Naked Truths with it as well if you start looking for the information about this case, so that you can find it more easily. But we are going to listen through to this interview. I do also, I'm making a graphic. I'm in the process of making a typed up graphic so that we can have all of the information in one neat and easy little, let me just show you what I'm doing here. I'll just got to make my little note list a little bit bigger. But this way we can have everything that Mom has told us, the first interview, the second interview, and in the news articles, everything laid out on.
I believe that's a rabbit. That is a joey, or a baby kangaroo on the right over there.
One spreadsheet, on one listed actual factual sheet, because we all know from experience, you can say the flat facts in interview after interview after interview. People are still going to mishear things. They are still going to misinterpret things, and they are still going to be in situations where they just didn't quite catch that detail, or they're trying to remember from the top of their head what was said in the interview, things like that. And so we don't want to be in that situation. So I am putting together this graphic for well, right now it's just a sticky note sheet with all of the different facts, or facts according to mom, I guess I should say, from the interviews. And so that's what I'm working on now, making sure that we have everything. I do have information from the first interview as well taken down. And then I'm going to compile all of the different news articles and posts that I have seen, as well as any information that I may have gotten clarity on from mom directly. For example, this morning I did clarify the vehicles that are mentioned having been seen in the neighborhood. They were the day before she went missing, so that clarity is there. Because I know listening to the interview, I've had some people ask me after listening to the first interview, do we know that what time that vehicle was outside of her house that night? It was not that night. It was the day before that the neighbor had seen the vehicles. And so could they be related? Could they not be related? At this point, it's hard to say. It's just not something that typically, it's not vehicles that typically would have belonged to their neighborhood. And so the neighbors did notate that. But it was the Thursday that the vehicles were seen, not that weekend, or not that day. So yes, Carrie G, you like her name. I knew you would get it. Of course, you love her name, Cooter G. Hi, Kim. Hi, BC. Hi, Annie Lou. Hi, Seal. Hi, Roberta. It's good to see all of you guys this morning. So let me pull up this interview so we can take a listen to everything what Carrie has told us so far. So again, this is from Naked Truths and Two Chicks on the Mic. I do have the podcast linked in the description. It seemed like they were trying to go live from the Facebook page last night, but there may have been issues. I'm not sure how experienced, just to be honest, the podcasters themselves are with how to utilize the different platforms. They do seem to be newer. Whenever I look back at their website, for example, you can go back and look. It looks like they've only been really making podcasts since, goodness, so about March of this last year. And they only have, a couple, I would say probably about 20, 25 maybe. So they do seem to be newer to true crime, to doing things like this. I'm not sure if they are aware of how to handle things like the live streams from Facebook, or if their preference is just podcast. I do personally agree with parents being pre-recorded. I know there is benefits to people coming live so that you guys can have your questions answered and things like that. However, we have all seen the nature of this beast, which is YouTube, and we all know how things get twisted, how on live streams parents can be attacked and different things like that. I personally like to pre-interview people if it's going to be a live stream and make sure that there are topics that I know what should I avoid, what shouldn't I avoid, things of that nature. But if not, then recorded is always best so that you can edit, you can redo things if necessary, and things like that. And it's not to help the parents hide anything or anything like that. It's just simply because these parents are going through the worst thing possible in their life, and they need people on their side. They need people who are aware of this environment and aware of how nasty people in the public can get. And so the longer the Angel is missing, the more that Carrie and this family is opening themselves up to the public scrutiny and the criticism and things like that. And so just have to do your due diligence to protect the family as much as possible. I hate to say this, but whenever you have that responsibility of talking to a family, that has to be of the utmost importance, and protecting them and making sure that they are safe and aware of what's going on around them. And so you get that due diligence where you have to warn them, like, hey, even the channels that look like they're out there for good, even the channels that look like they're on the family side. Unfortunately, we've seen with the Sebastian Rogers case, for example, they get in this back and forth with the drama, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and it takes away from the missing child. Whether it's the channels that think they're doing good, or the channels that, let's be in reality, Democrat versus Republican, each side thinks that they're right, and so even the channels that think that they're doing good ultimately end up harming the families and things like that, just with the back and forth of the drama. And so it's just sad that comes with awareness in some cases, but I'm just glad that this is something that she is open to. She is aware of the dangers that she faces coming to this platform and coming to social media, and she doesn't care. She just wants people to see her daughter, to see her daughter's face, and to share her story and make sure that everyone is aware that the Angel is missing. They don't care. They want her face out there everywhere. They want people to realize that Angel Turner, age 15, 5'1", 260 pounds, missing since August the 2nd in Berkeley Springs, West Virginia. And so that's what's important through all of this. But let's take a listen.
Seeing everybody speculating and all the different ideas, your brain's probably so busy.
It is, very much so. Very much so.
Can we start off just a little bit? I just want you to talk about your daughter a little bit. Let people know who she is, how she is, personality-wise, because some people, I've had people say, well, maybe she parties, maybe she goes out, maybe she does this. Let people understand a little bit about her and what's her personality or her daily activities.
Angel is a homebody. She loves animals. She says she doesn't like kids, but she does really, really well with her nieces and the little ones at the Boys and Girls Club. Absolutely loved her. She loved like the animals. I have a puppy and we have a Boston Terrier, and they are on her like white on rice. They just can't get enough of her. So Angel's got a big heart. She'll do anything in the world for you. If she knows she loves something, she's going to try to do that. She'll go out of her way to make sure that she can do that for you. But she's also got an ornery side to her too. Like she'll do something thoughtful, but there'll be like something silly or goofy behind it. Like we went to the Living Treasure Zoo just recently, and she got my fiance a spider monkey necklace, and it has like a little thing with it. And he's like, "Well, thank you. That's so sweet." So he's reading a little tab, and he's like, "Wait a minute, I'm none of these things." you know? So he said, "What are you trying to say, Angel?" And she just kind of giggled and, walked off. And she said, "What's special? What's for you?" He said, "I'll wear it every day." And he has. So Angel just fun and loving and outgoing. She wasn't a party person. She did like to be home. She did like to be in her own little space where she'd say, "You know what? I've had enough of this," and walk away. She just did up with a lot of stuff. So that's my Angel.
Is she real talkative or is she pretty quiet?
She can be quiet. She is quiet most of the time, but when she gets talking, she will be very talkative. She'll just chatter your ear off, and it's like,
hold on,
Angel,
up a little.
Yes, guys, she's pre-diabetic. So therefore she's probably taking a preventative medication at this point, so that she doesn't actually roll into full-blown diabetes type 2. She is on a medication, Brian, that they said she didn't take with her. So she's probably taking like metformin or something like that as a preventative scenario to kind of keep the blood sugars low. Okay. That's my understanding from my medical knowledge, is that's kind of like something that they would put you on for a pre-diabetic situation. So I don't know how bad she gets and, with her symptoms and stuff like that. So I'm not, obviously the medication's important or she wouldn't be on it. You know what I mean? Yeah, it definitely does, Doodle. It definitely does, because I've taken it myself. So a lot. Agreed. So just saying, what it does is it takes the sugars in your body and it evacuates them. That's why you go to the bathroom so often. It's kind of crazy, but it is what it is. I don't take it anymore, thank God, because, well, it's not fun. But anyway, I don't want this little girl to have any kind of medical problems while she's out there, and I hope to God she's not having any other problems either. That's why she needs to be found.
Ears are numb, but she for the most part was just kind of in her own little world. She was all the time taking my phone, looking up, "Mom, look at these cats. Mom, look at these dogs. Mom, oh, look at."
Exactly, CZ. That's what I take. I take Jardiance as one of my medications, and you are absolutely right. It can be used as a pre-diabetic in order to stop the development. Yes, ma'am. And thank you for joining us today, CZ. It's great to see you. Granny Annie, hello, and hola to you. Great to have you here. Yeah, 100%. That's what I'm saying, and that's what I'm worried about. So you're very good, Brian. No worries. And thank you. But yes, very dangerous, and that's no. Definitely don't need that, and we got to bring this little girl home. Right, Brian.
This baby, isn't it cute? Mom, can we get a pig? Look at this baby pig. Just things like that. She even tried to get me to go get her an otter. I said, "Honey, we don't have the space for an otter," but that's who she is.
So she's an animal lover.
That's so funny. I would love to get an otter too, just so Angel, if you happen to see this, I can relate. They are like the cutest little animals. I don't know. Yeah, she does. She sounds like such an amazing young lady. She really does. She has such a bright future ahead of her. Who knows? In the bushes, of course, you're late. Tardy.
You're fine, right?
I really hope and pray for this family's sake that she is found very soon. Very, very soon.
Just things like that. She even tried to get me to go get her an otter. I said, "Honey, we don't have the space for an otter," but that's who she is.
So she's an animal lover and just very loving, big heart.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, we saw the pictures that you're posting where she's holding the little animals. And so is that the zoo? Where was that?
That is Living Treasure Zoo up here about a half hour from where I live. And she even wanted to go back here. Actually, I think the baby alligator is going to be there this week or something. So she
Mhm.
wanted to come back up and go do that, to hold a
Okay.
baby alligator. And I'm like, okay, I would like to keep my digits, but if that's what you want to do, then
So,
we'll make it happen.
so she lives with her dad, and then you live in Pennsylvania, correct?
They have petting zoos, Brian, all around the place where they'll let you hold certain types of animals and stuff. We have them around here too.
Yes, I live
Okay.
in Pennsylvania.
Okay. Now, would she go back and forth and visit on occasion, or how was that?
We tried to do it about every.
Good job, Doodle. We got it. We got it. We got it. So we got another t-shirt, guys. Thank you for that, Doodle. That was quick. Good Lord Almighty. We got the shirt I was talking about. Thank you, Miss Doodle.
Every 2 weeks. Now, if the roads were bad, I just recently moved to Pennsylvania, but if the roads were bad, she knew mommy wasn't traveling. We can talk online. We can, if the weather.
Pretend like you like me. Subscribe now. Hit that like button. That's awesome. It looks great. Thank you, Doodle. Great job. And that will be in the store if anybody's interested. Grab it up. Grab it up. Thanks again, hon. I appreciate you very much. On we go.
Weather's bad, I would rather us be able to see each other and spend time together than to get in an accident and not see each other.
The area that you have to travel to get from Scottsdale to where she was living in Berkeley Springs, West Virginia, it is a mountainous area. The road itself that you have to travel down, even the turnpike or whichever route that she would take, there's literally mountain cliffs on each side, and it's just flat. Like the road itself gets these long stretches of where you're like a flat road, but it's right on the side of a mountain the entire way, and so they get snow covered very easy. It does get very, very treacherous. I mean, this is an area that I traveled pretty frequently throughout my life. I used to have a really good friend in Hagerstown, Maryland, and of course, you guys know I am near Butler, PA. And so I've probably traveled this same exact route that the Angel had to travel. We go pretty frequently to the Living Treasures parks that she is referring to, and so I could totally understand what she's talking about here, like with the not.
Again, there's the link for the channel Sleuth Mom that's giving the interview for Angel's mom, Carrie Michaels. I'm grateful. Her name is Nicole, but this channel's name is Sleuth Mom. I'm very grateful she did this interview so that we could get a little insight into who Miss Angel is and what may have possibly happened or why. There's a link, guys. Please go check it out. Like it, subscribe if you choose, so we can give her credit where credit's due. Thank you again, Sleuth Mom.
Traveling to that specific area of the state whenever the roads get treacherous and things like that.
Welcome, Wildfire.
Yep. West Virginia has some bad roads. They don't have streetlights, sharp corners. It's prone to accidents if you speed. Absolutely. Absolutely. So just to give a little bit more insight on that side of things. Pilot blocked.
So she understood that, but she was excited to get ready to start back to the school this year. So she was wanting to get her hair done, and she was wanting to, she wanted me to take her clothes shopping to get new clothes.
Mhm.
But which I wasn't quite understanding that because she does virtual. So just kind of needed from the neck out, but
Okay.
that's Angel. I was like, okay, we can do it.
Okay. Now, what about her circle of friends?
She is 2.5 hours away, Seal. It's about 2.5 hours. The thing that I want to notate here is she did do virtual school. Now, although they were trying to keep Angel from accessing the internet, she didn't have a cell phone. For example, her watch, she tells us in a little bit here, is connected to her dad's cell phone, so she was only able to text certain people through her watch that would go through her dad's phone. However, she did have a Chromebook that she would use for
You
school.
are welcome.
The school laptop, the school Chromebook, has been turned over to the police. I question, honestly, Dad's ability to appropriately lock down things like the laptop. We also find out in this interview that she was accessing the internet through her TV. And the reason that I question that is, even with as tech savvy as I am, I know my teenage son was still able to access things he was not not intended to, even with me having protection programs on his devices, even with me paying for a third-party service to keep him from getting into different apps and different things. And so no matter how vigilant you are, these kids always find a way. They really just always find a way around things. And so it's frustrating the way that these predators have gotten to our children, just right underneath our own noses, time after time. Have they been able to access the lost for last location by chance? So Kim, she did leave the watch behind. She did not take the watch with her. Mom did tell us in that first interview, however, that she believed that these individuals could have given her a cell phone that she may have been utilizing behind their backs as well. And so that's something that could be possible.
Or does she have like a best friend that she talks to a lot? Or does any of her friends have any input as to what they think? Or has she said anything to them that set up red flags or alarms?
The Corporal Hendricks spoke to her friends. They said she was upbeat the last time they saw her, which was when she went to the Valley Mall. That was the 31st, so it would have been my fault to get the days wrong because everything just kind of ran together. So that was on the 31st that she went to the Valley Mall, and that was with Miss Shelley, who was one of the teachers at the Boys and Girls Club, and I believe it was her daughter. And they had went, and it was just given her. She just had a little day out, enjoying girl time. So they spoke to everybody that she was in contact with, and there was nothing that was unusual, abnormal, nothing that was alarming to them at that point.
Okay. And so can you take me back just to where the moment that you found out that she was not there? Like what happened? If you could go to that moment and of you finding that out. I'm sure that was absolutely awful. And I'm a mom myself, and I know that getting that kind of news, it's like immediate panic sets in, so can you do that? Or
It was like I just got so scared. I did, because I didn't know, anything can happen at any point in time. And I actually like did the speed limit, or did over the speed limit coming home, because my ride usually takes me about a half hour, 40 minutes, but I'm like, I'll be home. I can be home in 20 minutes. And I yanked my poor fiance out of bed. I'm like, we got to go now. Angel's missing. And he's like half asleep trying to get dressed. Ran out the clothes with half his clothes in his arm, or ran out the door with half his clothes in his arm. I had taken our dogs out to go to the bathroom, and tossed them back in the kennel, because I knew that they had to go, being in there all night. And then I grabbed the tablet, because I knew she uses my tablet when she's up here, and we headed straight down. It took about 2.5 hours. That 2.5 hours seemed to just be like 20 hours, and by the time we got down there, the officers had already left. And we did go in, and I looked in her room. I noticed that her makeup was there, her deodorant was there, her toothpaste was there, her toothbrush was there. So all personal
Yes, August
items that a
2nd.
teenage girl would typically take with her were there. Her suitcases were there, and her bags that she would use to pack to come up here, they were there. But her dad said that some clothing was missing out of her drawer. So she has clothes at both of our places. But there was like winter clothes, like long sleeve shirts, stuff like that was still hanging in her closet. So, and he said that a basket was missing that he had just bought her, which kind of doesn't make sense.
So this is where I wish that we could speak to Dad. This is where I wish that I could somehow get contact with him, or he could reach out to me, or his family could reach out to me. If you are on Dad's side of the family, this is information that I want more details about. And I totally understand why Carrie herself doesn't want to communicate with him very much. From what I gather from this interview, their separation, she says, was for specific reasons. And I get the picture that this was a tumultuous relationship and a tumultuous separation. They communicated for the purpose of Angel, and that's perfectly fine. Many families that are broken, have that healthy communication about your child and just your child, and want nothing to do with each other. I'm okay with that. But I need more information about this moment. Was this laundry basket like a big tall laundry basket? Did she fill a tall laundry basket with clothes? Was it a circle basket? Was it a square basket? Like, what size was this laundry basket? And how many drawers are empty? Did she empty all of her summer clothes? Because Mom says, her winter stuff was still hanging in the closet. Did she take all of her summer type clothes with her? Did she move out with whoever this is that she left with? Personal items, personal hygiene items like deodorant, toothpaste, things like that can be rebought. Personal hygiene items are easily replaced. Medication obviously is going to be an issue. she can't get that replaced. But
I'm gonna guess, Park Q, that she probably takes it daily. From my understanding, like with mine, I believe it's probably daily. So I don't know how long she can go without it. Depends on how bad her situation is and what her blood sugar runs. So it can be dangerous. So, that's the point. Depending on how she's eating or what she's eating or if she's eating or what the scenario is, we got to wonder about these things. So very important stuff.
So I'm gonna talk about Alicia Navarro real quick, because that's a case that I know that most of you have followed. She had taken a lot of her clothing and a special gift for a man, and she even took her personal identification, I believe. And she went with this man who we later found out was a much older man. He is facing charges for child crimes against her now that she has been located many years later. He was arrested after she was located. She was located because she eventually walked into a police station and essentially turned herself in as being the missing Alicia Navarro, because she wanted to have the ability to get her driver's license and hopefully start working and things like that. But she left for this relationship that she was entering into with this grown man. And that's where my concern is, because these grown men prey on these teenagers through video games, through phone apps, through whatever, because there's something wrong with them, honestly. I mean, what reason do much older men have to speak with 15-year-old girls? I don't know. So that's my question, though. Did she take like all of her clothing? Did she take just a few things? Was it just like 1 or 2 t-shirts missing? Was it an entire drawer's worth missing? I wish we had more details on that.
She's gonna take off. A girl's gonna take those things. And with her medication, Angel is very on it with her medication. She would have never just left that behind.
So then you get to the medication. Yeah, because they're creeps. I know, Seal. You get to the medication, though, and Alicia Navarro had braces. She had braces that required care on a regular basis, and she's still left with this guy. And whenever she turned herself in, her teeth were in such disarray because she just never got health care the entire time period that she was gone. She never got any type of care at all for her braces, period, the entire time she's gone. These kids don't think about the consequences of their actions. And Alicia Navarro left a note saying, "Hey, I'll be back, Mom. Don't worry." She intended to come back, but wasn't able to. Kaylee Jones is another case. Kaylee Jones was lured, despite her parents trying to keep her off the internet, trying to monitor things. She was lured through the Omegle website. And the individual who lured her sent a Uber to come pick her up in the middle of the night. And she only was found because private investigators were able to track down information and basically backtrace the Uber back to the time frame that she went missing. And they picked her up a couple streets over. And then police went and acted on it. Then police went and got her from where she was. But that took like 6 months. Kaylee Jones had no intentions to stay gone for a 6-month time frame. Kaylee Jones left her house knowingly to go with this individual that she had met online, with this predator that she had met online that preyed upon her because of her. I guess she was just always socially awkward around people. And so she connected better with people online. She connected better with people through her video game platforms than she did in person. And these monsters utilized that to get her to leave her home. She took her documents also and left.
Absolutely, Andy. I agree.
But again, no intentions of necessarily staying gone as long as she was. When they found her, she had to go through extensive therapy and things like that once she was found and located safely because of the things that happened to her while she was gone. And so that's the type of stuff that I'm worried about. Did she pack intending to be gone for a long period of time, knowing that she wasn't going to be able to come home? Or is this a situation where she thought she was going to be gone for like the weekend and packed a couple things, but then she hasn't been able to go home?
That's what I'm wondering too.
It's so important to share Angel's face. It's so important to get the information out there and make sure that everybody is seeing her and getting to see her face and know the information, because we have no idea what happened to her. Yeah, makes you worry because mom said she was on top of her meds. If she is extremely aware that she needs her medication, that tells me she would have taken it, right? She should have taken her medication if she knew that that was something that she needed.
So I got to wonder if she was in a hurry and maybe she forgot the medication, or I just don't know. Maybe whoever, if she's talking to somebody, they're telling her she don't need it. That kind of stuff. You know what I mean?
Makes you wonder if he packed for her because of the medication. I don't know. I don't know, BC, because that would mean
that's kind of what I'm wondering. If somebody came into the household and said, "Here, let's go. We got to go now. Grab this, grab that. Let's go." There's a couple questions that I have with this.
that whoever lured her out of this home would have came into the house. I highly, highly doubt that. I highly doubt that, just because dad was there.
Because she knows she needs it.
Okay, see, I didn't know the dad was there, so that changes that then. So okay.
We've been struggling with that since she was about 6. It took a long time for me to get doctors to properly diagnose her with the hypothyroidism, and so she knows it's very, very important, and she is on it. She is very good.
Okay, so the medication she's taking is probably levothyroxine. She has hypothyroidism, which is even worse. I thought it was pre-diabetic medication. My apologies for misinformation. I didn't get to that point yet. So she's taking thyroid medication, guys. That's even worse, because without thyroid medication, if you have thyroid issues, that can cause heart issues, heart attack, things like that. So this is even worse to me. She's probably on both, but the thyroid medication is the worst, the most important one, truly. Okay. If you do not take your medication, if you have hypo or hyperthyroidism, it will definitely cause other problems within the body, and it can be very, very dangerous and fatal at times. So it has to be dealt with. Okay. Thyroid storm, absolutely, Andy. Thank you. Which is definitely fatal. That's exactly what I was talking about. My wife is on thyroid medication. She's has hyperthyroidism. She takes levothyroxine. And if she doesn't take it, she starts to have other issues, and it definitely can cause. It killed my uncle. He died from a heart attack due to his thyroid issues. So very dangerous. And I'm not saying that's what's going to happen to this little girl, but I don't think there needs to be any chances taken. That's all I'm saying.
Good with that.
Now her friends, are they looking for her? Or do they have any ideas of like anybody that she's talked to? Is anything coming out to maybe like that she was like, does she do gaming online? Does she talk to anybody, online, Snapchat, anything like that?
She did Roblox when she was at my place on the tablet, and I had gotten a couple messages, and I'm like, you know what, this is my email. You're talking to a 15-year-old girl, and then like you wouldn't hear nothing about it. And so then when she'd come up, I would talk to her because I'm not going to be like interface over the phone or whatever. So when her and I would sit down and talk, she's like, yeah, mom, I know. And then like after that incident, she hadn't done anything more like that on my tablet, to my knowledge. But I understand she's a teenager. She wants that. And she, like I said, she liked watching those YouTube shorts with the animals, and she'd just, if it had animals or babies in it, she was like golden. But there was nothing. It was just her friends didn't really have too much input. I don't know if they're afraid to speak up. I don't know if they know something and they're afraid, because that can happen if they're all in the same group or they're all talking to the same, you know what I mean?
Dare I say, we've seen that same situation happen with the Delphi girls. The Delphi girls, they were all speaking to the Anthony Shots account. All of them. They were reluctant.
And we do not want another situation like that at all. Okay. This is why I get on these cases like this, because any of these things can happen. You don't know. Okay. Welcome, Princess Pothead. Good to see you today. No problem, dear. Thank you for joining us.
To talk about it until their friends were found deceased. A lot of them were talking to the Anthony Shots accounts, though. Live Black No More asks, I'm reluctant to ask this question, but do we know the potential for what could happen to Angel if she does not have her medication? So I just did a quick Google search after I read that to see what the side effects of having hypothyroidism is if you leave it untreated. And so let's take a look. We'll go to the top article here. So what can happen if you stop taking your thyroid medication? How long can you safely go without taking your prescribed thyroid medication? It varies, depending on the severity of your thyroid disorder and the medication prescribed. You can expect your symptoms to return if you stop taking your thyroid medication and have overt hypothyroidism. Typically, the longer you go without your medication, the more severe your thyroid disease is, and the higher risk you are for developing a severe or even life-threatening conditions. Those with subclinical hypothyroidism, a mild form of hypothyroidism, can sometimes safely come off their thyroid medication, but it should only be done under the supervision of your provider. The half-life of levothyroxine is 6 to 7 days, which means that it takes 4 to 5 weeks for the body to rid itself of levothyroxine. So the other Cytomel, depending on which one she's on, has the shortest half-life, about 3 days, and the majority of that would be out of your system within 2 weeks. Nonetheless, as a thyroid hormone starts to wane, you can experience symptoms such as feeling tired, sluggish, and having low mood within the first week of not taking your medication. The longer you go without thyroid medication, the more intense your symptoms become. Not taking thyroid medication can also worsen other health conditions that may include sleep apnea, depression, type 2 diabetes, which her mom already said she's pre-diabetic. Therefore, you may develop not only hypothyroid symptoms, but symptoms related to other health conditions. The long-term effects. People with moderate to severe hypothyroidism who stop taking their medication are at risk for extreme health events, including myxedema crisis. Although rare, that crisis is life-threatening complication of hypothyroidism. Typically, this condition arises when someone already has uncontrolled hypothyroidism and has a triggering event like an infection or surgery. That crisis people can experience swelling all over the body, including face, tongue, lips, limbs, and also accompanied by thickening of the skin. The crisis may also cause other complications, including difficulty breathing, confusion, hyponatremia, which is low sodium levels in your blood, hypothermia, shock, seizures, and coma. So a person can go many years without thyroid hormones if left undiagnosed for decades despite suffering from hypothyroid symptoms. However, without thyroid replacement medication, a person with overt hypothyroidism cannot function optimally and will suffer from the physical and mental symptoms of hypothyroidism. It's essential to stay current with your thyroid blood test and thyroid providers' visits to maintain your prescription to prevent a reoccurrence of hypothyroid symptoms. Remember, it takes 4 to 6 weeks before the thyroid replacement medication reaches the peak therapeutic effect. Therefore, having a lapse in taking your medicine, such as forgetting to pack it on a trip or
Hey,
refill your
Jiddly, welcome,
prescription, it
hon.
will take time for your symptoms to stabilize once you restart it. So it seems like depending on the...
Hey, Mom. No, she's not autistic. Yeah, she disappeared from Dad's, I believe. I do not see, nor have I seen, an Amber Alert. This came from the Aware Foundation. Okay. I have not seen or heard about ring cam footage. There's nothing on this, Mom. There's really nothing out there on this. I looked for news breaks, anything. It's not out there. It's kind of pitiful that, and I heard that West Virginia doesn't do a lot with stuff like this for some reason. They don't put their stuff out. It's ridiculous to me. So that's why I'm doing this, and that's why we're playing this interview that Sleuth Mom put out. So I don't have a lot of info on it. I apologize that I can't find anything on it. It's really not cool. I got this, thank God, and I found this interview, and there's a couple other channels that are doing it too, but there's nothing at all. I was going to actually reach out to her mom, Carrie Michaels, and see if maybe I could have a talk with her and get a little bit more info. But like, what the hell? Like, mainstream needs to put this out in that area. They really do. I don't understand why this is not happening. I don't understand. Again, here we are with the Amber Alert bullshit. Excuse my language, but she's 15. She's not an adult. There needs to be an Amber Alert. This is why we need to change this, guys. Saw a little bit on Twitter. Michelle and Sleuth Mom, then Tragedy Pink covering her. I hate to see him near her. Oh, I get it. I understand. Yeah, Michelle covered this too. Michelle After Dark. And I was going to go to that one, but this one was a clear-cut interview with Mom. So I know. And it irritates me as much as it does you. So that's the problem. That's why we need to get the petition that Arctic Fox runs about getting the Amber Alert system changed. It needs done so bad, guys. For these reasons, I've said this again and again and again and again. If you are a child from the age of birth to 18. You should have an Amber Alert when you go missing. I don't care if you ran away, walked away, were taken, whatever, beamed up to the stars. You should still get an Amber Alert immediately, just like that. Boom. As soon as you go missing, you call it in. Boom, you have an Amber Alert. That's how it should be. There should be no stipulations. There should be no 24, 36, 72 hour, any of that. None of it. You're missing. It's an alert. Immediately is what it should be. It's ridiculous, guys. Absolutely. I'm right there with you. Absolutely. And it's ridiculous. Thank you. There it is. Thank you, Doodle. Thank you, Doodle. Again, guys, please click on this. If you have not signed this petition yet, please do it. Arctic has been pushing this forever and ever and ever to get something done. Please get this link, sign the petition. Let's make a change. Let's try to save our kids. We need to. We really need to. Okay. Thank you so much, Doodle. I appreciate that. I was hoping when you guys were going to drop that. Great job. You read my mind, as always. Thank you for joining us, Mom. I appreciate you. And again, guys, share this out through every bit of your social media if you can. Anytime I cover a missing child or Mom or Arctic or Duchess or Doodle, anybody, please share this out through your social media because you never know who's going to see it. You never know. Okay? Thank you, Alicia. God bless.
Severeness of her hypothyroidism. This is not something that is going to necessarily kill her, but it will make her life uncomfortable once it's out of her system.
Sorry, guys, I was muted. Welcome, Jess. Thank you for joining us. Omegle is, I thought it was like a dating website, isn't it? I've never been on there. My understanding was that it was some form of like a meeting website or something. I don't want to say it's dating, but like a meeting up type thing. Am I wrong? I've never looked at it, but I've just heard about it. You know what I mean? I don't think they can't even get in touch with the dad. The mother and father had a kind of tumultuous separation, so there hasn't been any like back and forth between them, and I would love to reach out to either one of them truly to get in touch to talk to. Exactly my point. And she even said, Sleuth Mom said she'd love to talk to Dad too, but nobody can get a hold of him. So welcome, PJ. Thank you for joining us today. Oh, it's shut down. Okay. Well, that's good because from my understanding is it's trash. I don't know what it is. Everybody's saying it's garbage. I don't know anything about it though.
And then it will take time to get her restabilized once she comes back on it. That's what I'm gathering anyways. Oh, I totally had the flyer up the whole time I was on that page. Sorry about that. So yes, it's already been five days. Yes. Hi, Princess Megan Elsa. Yeah, lethargy is the worst. I don't know why my tongue is not cooperating with my mouth right now. I'm praying she is too.
And guys, we're at 7 days. This was 2 days ago, I believe. 4 days ago. Okay, so we're at 9 days. I'm sorry. We're at 9 days, okay? 9 days missing with nothing. So every day is important. Every day counts. Every day it gets worse. Every day we don't know what's going on, so you don't know what the situation is. PJ says they shut that long ago, but there's a different one now. I forgot which. Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you, PJ. I appreciate that. At least we know that that's not the one.
Yeah, she has hypothyroidism is what her mom said. So there's that. Okay, let's get back to this interview. We're about 10 minutes in at this moment.
So I'm completely unaware as to where that went.
Did her dad notice any changes in her behavior recently? Maybe, sometimes fixing herself up a little more, like acting a little older, anything like that?
According to him, she was acting normal.
Okay.
He said that before they went to bed, that they were goofing around, and he was picking on her about potato chips, not eating all the potato chips or something. And he said she went to bed at 11. He said that he went and checked the house, made sure the doors and stuff was locked about midnight, and then he went to bed. And then he said that when he got up at 7:30, that he noticed that there's like a little gate that she just kind of sits at her door so that her beagle Boomer wouldn't come in and bother her while she was sleeping, because he was up in her face all the time too. So he said he noticed that wasn't sitting right at the door, and he noticed at that point that she was gone. And he also said that he looked out and Boomer was outside, and that was another thing. Like, she would never let that dog outside. There was a chance of raining, so for her to that wouldn't happen because Boomer doesn't like the rain. Boomer wants to be inside. He's a 60-pound beagle. He's a potato on legs. He does not like to do too much of anything. So that just didn't sound.
If anybody has ever seen beagles before, the idea of a 60-pound beagle, that made me chuckle whenever she said that, because I'm like, oh man, that is a big beagle. Like, that is a big beagle. And so it's odd that she would have left the dog out whenever she was leaving. I don't know if that's intentional or not intentional. The red flags though, Grace, or sorry, in the bushes, you asked, was her dad home when she left? Yes, her dad was home. So according to mom just now, she just told us they were sitting there. She was eating potato chips. Her dad was joking around with her about not eating all the chips. She went home around 11, or she went to bed around 11. Her dad checked the house and went to bed around midnight, before he went to bed, meaning he locked the doors. He looked to make sure everything was in order. And then he went to bed, woke up around 7:30 a.m., noticed that the gate was not at her door, keeping the dog out of her room, which it normally would have been. He waited around an hour before he called mom, because he went out allegedly to look for her, to search the area that she would have been missing in. And so let me just pull this up for those of you guys who weren't here yesterday whenever we were kind of looking at the map, looking at the area that their home was in. I also do have a few pictures of their residence. It would have been around 10 years ago when these pictures were put up. And so I don't know if these photos are up to date or accurate for the way that the home actually looks. It would have been from the last time that the house was listed for sale. But let me show you. So this is, let me pull down the overlay.
I don't know, Granny. I don't know if it even came down to that at this point. I'm not sure of the details because there hasn't been anything put out, Granny. That's the sad part. So, I don't know. There's not a lot out on this at all. There's no Amber Alert. There's no news coverage. There's no nothing. And it's really, really disheartening and hard to do what we do with nothing. So this is the best thing I could find, with them speaking with the mother. So.
Sorry about that. I keep forgetting that have the overlay up. So this is the area that she went missing in, that her residence is at. It's actually like right here in these woods. There's very little houses on that direct road. Just a few homes in this area. But her residence is, according to Google, back in this. Let me pull it up again. It's in this wooded area here. Now, again, I want to remind you guys that she told us that the vehicles were actually seen on that Thursday. They were not seen on the Friday evening that she went missing. That is something that a lot of people are confusing. So we don't know if the vehicles themselves are related to her disappearance or not. Very easily could have been somebody meeting with her for the first time, reassuring her that it was okay, that she could come out and talk to them, that she could go with them, something along those lines, right? That could be a situation. We don't know for sure, though. So we're just speculating that she went with those vehicles of interest, which is that black SUV, or the dark colored SUV. Mom clarifies it during this interview. She's not sure if it was actually black or if it was just dark colored. So you're talking dark blue, that dark gray, maroon, any of those dark colors that can look black at night. That was seen. And then also a light colored 4-door sedan was also seen in the driveway of her actual residence. But again, that was on the Thursday. So the 4-door sedan, it was said that the individual had accessed the trunk. She was seen at the door. Now, it's not clear if it was at the door of her house or at the door of the car. She could have, like I said, though, been discussing or talking to this individual, and that individual could have been reassuring her, hey, it'll be okay. Just come out here tomorrow. We'll take a ride. We'll go talk, like whatever. We don't know the circumstances fully as to what was going on or who those individuals could have been. But on devil's advocate here, it also could have been a delivery driver for all we know. What if it was just somebody delivering groceries? Is that something that dad does? Do they get Walmart delivery? Did they order pizza?
Thank you, Mom. I appreciate it. Of course, if you have the time and you want to put it out, I know you will. But that would be great, Mom, because it really needs to get a lot more coverage. Okay. And again, I'm going to try to reach out and get a hold of Mom and see if I can get a little bit more in-depth type stuff to do another interview if she's down for it. So.
With it being the day before, we don't know for certain that the individuals in those vehicles are necessarily related to the case. You lived on Fairview Drive for 6 years. You've been gone from there for a year now. There's a bypass going in there. Great. A lot of construction taking down trees, etc. Thank you so much, Destiny, for this information. You're in Berkeley County now, literally just one county over from Morgan County. They're putting a bypass there.
And again, Mom, I don't know when you jumped in, but the mother does believe she was abducted. She did not take her phone, her medication, which her phone was her watch. her medication, and there were some clothes missing that father believes in a basket that he had just bought her. That's it. So just so you know.
Taking the trees down. Okay, and so that would explain how the neighbors are so easily able to see her residence. Like I said, let me pull this up. This is pictures of the residence. According to redfin.com, says it was last sold on December 22nd, 2014 for $45,000. Now, this is, again, 10 years old. We have no idea if this is what this residence or this area looks like at this point. A lot of things could have changed in the last 10 years. Lord knows my home has changed 1,000 times over since 10 years ago. So, but these are pictures of the residence, just so you guys can see how wooded that area was. Now, Destiny just told us that they are putting that bypass in and taking down a lot of trees. So that would open up that visibility for people to be able to see this area, to see each other, the neighbors, things like that, more easily. So something to keep in mind, though. Mostly paying attention to the areas, not as interested as the inside photos. But this is something that you can find just to see kind of the area and the terrain, really, that the police are going to be looking. Now, mom has made it very clear she does not want the public doing search parties, simply for the fact that the public could ruin a crime scene if there is a crime that has been committed. We don't know the situations right now. We don't know any of the circumstances. She is asking us to completely and fully put our trust into this police department, because at this point, they're doing everything that they can in order to find and locate Angel safely. And so it's important that we honor mom's wishes and do that, put our trust into the police department and make sure that we are looking to them for the answers at this point. I do want to encourage you guys, though, if you are local to this area and if you are close enough to reach out to the police department. I'm not asking the public. I don't want the individuals. If you're watching this and you're from states and states and states away or whatever, please don't call this police department. Please don't harass them, because it will take away from the time that they need to do their jobs. But publicly, that local area, this is going to need public pressure in order to ensure that this case stays active. It would be wonderful if this police department could do an actual press conference update if they have news, if it will not hurt or hinder the investigation. Now, if they think that she has been lured away by some monster, they may be very hesitant to put out information and details that we are like, hey, I wish they would just tell us. They might not they might not be able to give us those details that we are hoping that they can for Angel's safety, right? Angel's safety is what's important. That comes first.
And then he didn't contact me until about 8:22. He said that he went looking for her, but
that's 8:22 in the morning. Correct?
Yeah, so he didn't contact me until an hour after he noticed that she was missing, and then he didn't contact the police until after he had contacted me. So I can only go, it's what he says is up to that point. And as soon as I got the word, I was down there.
How far of a drive is it usually from where you are to there?
It's about a 2.5-hour drive.
Okay, so that's 2.5 hours of constant overthinking, I'm sure. I'm sure it was just awful.
It was.
Does he know his neighbors on that road? I know that it's spaced out pretty far. I know that someone had posted kind of like a Google Earth of the street for people who aren't familiar with that area. I do know that area is a tight-knit community. A lot of people know each other there. The houses are pretty spaced apart. Is he familiar with his neighbors there?
He is familiar with his neighbors there. It was actually, according to him, the neighbors that noticed the 2 different vehicles there. Mm-hmm. I haven't spoke to the neighbors. I'm sure that the cops have. But I haven't met any of the neighbors. But he's been living there since our divorce, and that was back in 2012 when that was finalized. So he's been living there for a very long time.
Okay. And there's no other siblings that live there with them, just her and her dad?
No, just her and her dad.
Okay. And then are they checking to see the sex offender registry and seeing, what's in that area? Because I was looking and it looked like there's some right around that street area. I don't know if they've looked into that or, different things like that. They're kind of searching, and hopefully I would hope that they're looking into that kind of stuff.
I'm sure that they have. Captain or Corporal Hendrick has been very good with getting, answering questions, but also understanding he's got a job to do. Mm-hmm. And Sheriff Orr, he was very good. If I've reached out to him, they're in contact with me within an hour or two tops. Today I sent an email to kind of get an update as to what's going on, because anything that's sent to me, I'm sending it over to them.
Uh-huh.
Okay, sorry. So this is the Facebook page that you guys are talking about. This is, I believe it is the podcast. I misquoted and said yesterday that mom was in charge completely of the Facebook. I believe the podcast may have actually started this Facebook page for her. And she is also an admin. She is also looking and double checking the information. She is also sharing updates and consistently posting pictures of Angel, things like that. There is a woman on here who has been uploading a PDF version of the flyer. If you need that, I can also upload the PDF version of the flyer into Discord if somebody needs to print it, and then I can put it on my community wall.
Hey, Cap Jenks, good to see you today. Good to have Chopper. Good to see you as well. Thank you guys for joining us for this. I appreciate it very much. Very important situation, guys. She's been missing for 9 days at this point. We need to get this out. Please Share this out through all your social media accounts. This little girl has hypothyroidism, takes medication for that as well as pre-diabetes. And it's of utter importance that we bring her home
as well.
Good to see you, Jaded. Thank you for joining us.
So that you can download and print it yourself. Of course, the Aware Foundation was on it, made a flyer for Angel right away. Now, to this point, she has not been added to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children at this moment. I have noticed that. I know that people have reached out to Carrie and let her know, like, hey, please try to get her onto National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. This is one mom trying to.
Is there anything we can do to get NCMEC to pick it up, Mom, that you know of?
To do all of the things. And so it is taking her time to get through absolutely everything. There are agencies out there that will assist her. And I've talked to her about this, whether it's Missing in America, the Aware Foundation, things like that are able to assist in helping get some of this stuff done. And so hopefully, she utilizes some of those resources. I think in a moment that she was probably hoping that Angel would have already been found and we wouldn't need all of that.
Chopper, she's been missing for 9 days. August 2nd, she went missing. No, it's 11 days. I'm sorry. I can't count to save my life. Sorry about that. I forgot that today was the 12th. So yeah, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12. Yeah, that's 11 days. I'm sorry. My apologies, guys. I was thinking today was the 10th for some reason. I don't know why. Anyway, moving on. That wouldn't even add it up anyway. 11 days, guys. She's been gone for 11 days since August 2nd. That's not good. So thanks, Mom. I appreciate the info. If I can get a hold of Mom, I will let her know this if she doesn't already. Exactly, Chopper. And again, this little girl's on medication that she needs. The mother believes she was groomed. The mother believes that she was abducted in some senses. So, okay, she was with her father at the time. Everything was fine when they went to bed 11:30. The father woke up at 7. Went to go check. There was a little gate there that she had by her door where the dog would kind of sit and wait, and that was moved and she was gone, as well as a new basket he bought her with some clothes missing from her drawers. He waited for a little bit till see if maybe she would come home. We went looking for her, contacted her mother, Carrie Michaels, at 8:22 that day, and then right after that he contacted the police. And here we are.
However, that hasn't been our experience thus far. Unfortunately, she is still missing. But this is the Facebook page. If you guys want the most up-to-date information, you're going to see it within this Facebook page or on Carrie Michaels' personal page. She has also been sharing it there as well. But this is where you're going to see the most up-to-date information. Unfortunately, this is, of course, not from the police department. The police department themselves, guys, we know from experience with previous cases, West Virginia, they're very, very close-lipped on their cases. They do not share information to the public. A lot of times they don't even share information to the families. And so it kind of sucks. It does get us into a situation where it leaves more speculation and more questions open than what is necessary in a missing persons case, unfortunately. But that is just the reality of investigations whenever it comes to West Virginia. They're not open like Texas is. They're not open like Florida is. They don't have that open line of communication going on.
It infuriates me that she needs meds, and this has not been made national. I agree. What happens if she is deemed runaway and Ellie doesn't? Right. Thank you. Thank you. What time is it? 5:50. It's almost 6. So, Mom, I'll tell you what. Hold on a minute here. There's a link in the chat, Mom. If you want to join me rather than having to type this stuff, come on up here, please. If you're not working still. I just thought maybe you might still be at work. But yeah, come on up here. There's a link if you want to do it. Please do join me.
Unfortunately. And so whatever we can do to support and be there for this family, though, and just make sure that Angel's face is being shared as much as possible. I did mention to Mom this morning about the blip boards to see if that's something that she wants a graphic created so that we can get Angel up on blip. Now, unfortunately, whenever I looked at the locations for the blip boards in this area, unfortunately, we are in a situation where there are, let me show you, see if I can pull this up. I'm going to get it back open. There are very little boards in this actual area. And so that's something that I did kind of mention to Mom, that we can potentially get her up on the blip boards. They're very, very cheap to do. This is something that you can get an 8 to 10 second ad for like $10. Now figure if it's an 8-second ad and it only shows once a day, you're only going to get that traffic that's passing right then and there to
the phone, my understanding, Topper, was she had a I'm gonna guess it was an iWatch maybe or something like that, and the mother said that she left that there. She didn't take it with her. She left a watch. Unless she has a different type of phone that they don't know about, I don't think so. I don't think that she did, unless, like I said, there was a secondary phone that the parents didn't know about. I don't know if there's any siblings, Brian. It hasn't been mentioned.
see it. But if you
The parents have been through a tumultuous separation here kind of recently. So the girl was staying with her dad at that point. Mom was not there.
if you fund the campaign and you get that going, you know, you could potentially get more views, more people seeing things like that. And so this is the area though that she went missing. She's more towards right over here, where she went missing from. Unfortunately, if you see the blip locations here, let me see if I can get this to show the map a little bit better. There we go. If you see the locations, unfortunately, it's either
I don't know the parents' vocations, if any. Again, I was hoping to get a hold of Mom possibly and to do an interview with her if I could. I know, and hey, Mystery. I understand hypothyroidism, was born without thyroid, but yeah, it's not fun. My wife has the same problem. It's not fun at all. And it can be dangerous at some point.
you know, towards New Jersey,
She's 15 years old, guys.
towards Pittsburgh area, Butler area like that, a little bit in Maryland, 1 or 2 in Delaware, but West Virginia and Virginia are just really, really empty as far as blip is concerned. And so we'll see what happens though, and how she feels about that. Hopefully we don't get to the point where we even need these, especially, gosh, putting them so far out from the areas. Granted, she could be absolutely anywhere right now. She could be anywhere, but nothing in that direct area that she went missing, unfortunately, though. Hi, Savage. How are you? Yeah, you never hear of cases out of West Virginia, and that's because a lot of people, Murder Candy, don't cover West Virginia because of the fact that if you want any type of records from the courthouses, you have to go in person. They don't do online requests. They don't release information online. The police don't even communicate very well with the news. And so even if you talk to the news media, they'll be like, oh, we don't normally cover missing persons, things like that. And it's because West Virginia is just an absolute, complete and total nightmare to get information from. I'm glad to hear though that this particular corporal who is working with her is being very forthcoming with information and is being responsive to her. I know that especially in cases that we've covered in the past, that has not been the experience of families. And so I'm very happy to hear that, you know, the police department is supporting her and is working with her to this point.
So, which I appreciate, but by you.
Welcome, Mom.
Hello.
Hi, how are you, dear?
I'm all right. How are you?
Irritated.
Yeah, I'm pretty irritated myself. I was in and out because I was trying to check to see if there was anything like updates or anything possibly that was helpful, and there's absolutely nothing.
11 days.
She has medical problems. Why does she not have a silver alert, which is meant for medical issues? And if she takes medication, then a silver alert is hard to get. They're like pulling teeth. However, you can get one if you can get our doctor to sign off on it. So we don't really know a lot. Like, was there custody between the parents? Was she just staying with dad because she was out of school? Like, I have a whole list of questions that we don't have answers to.
Right. I didn't catch that at all. And I was looking for these things as well. You know how we do this. I went looking earlier today. SRB sent me this and I was already working on it. I see it this morning and I started looking at it and I noticed there was a couple other creators that did pick it up, but there's nothing on this. I couldn't believe how much there wasn't. Not even a little clip on in the local news there. Just a little one. Nothing. Okay. There's no Amber Alert, obviously. There's no Silver Alert. None of this, guys. I just don't understand this. She was staying with the father, from my understanding. And everything was fine the night before. And went to bed about 11:30. Got up. The father noticed that this little like gate thing they had, probably a baby gate, to keep the dog out of the area there, was moved slightly, and she was not there. So he went looking for her and waited till around about an hour and a half to contact the mother around 8:22 a.m. And then right after that, contacted police and said, hey, my daughter's missing. She's 15. And then I guess from my understanding, he claimed that there was a basket he just bought her. I don't know what type, a basket that was missing. And there were some clothes missing from her drawer, she said. But nobody can talk to him. I don't know, if it's because of the relationship between him and mom or whatever. It's that none of that should matter. This is it pisses me off too. You put all that aside. Your daughter's missing. Let's do this. Let's make this happen. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's weird. So I was just trying to get it out there because there is nothing out there, and at this point, that's the best I can give. That's all I know. Oh, she's hypothyroidism and pre-diabetic, which is the medication she left at home. Sorry, go ahead now.
No, you're good. My dog's having a meltdown too, so that's not helping. But that's all you could do is put the cases out there. I mean, that's all. No, I did see that mom put an update. I believe it was a comment on the show. I've been all over the place. I was on the phone, so I had you shrunk down in the corner and was looking to see for anything I could find. So it's a small to medium basket that was just apparently purchased for her. And mom believes that she was lured through her TV.
Yep.
So my first question is 15 years old, lives in the country. Why was she on a social media restriction? Just paranoia of being a parent? Or that's why I asked if there was any autism or anything. Is like, what was the reason behind that?
They've not said anything about that yet. I don't know if it's because we've had another episode already. If there's already been an experience that's taken place, so therefore they locked it down. I don't know. I don't know if that's why she doesn't have a regular phone and has just the watch. I don't. Do you see what I'm saying? Because you can do a little bit more on a phone than you can do on a watch, and so on and so forth. But I don't know. So the watch
was attached to Dad's phone.
I believe so, but she didn't take it with her.
She left the watch behind.
She left the watch. She left her medicine, and that all they noticed missing was this basket and maybe just a few articles of clothing out of the drawer.
And we don't know if she's a previous offender of leaving home.
No. Oh no, she's never run away before. Yes, we do know that.
Never run away before. Okay.
Never.
And homeschooled.
Yeah.
Hi, Butterfly.
I don't know. And in West Virginia, like they said it themselves, I looked around and I looked it up. West Virginia. I remember trying to look up a case before in West Virginia. They don't put out a lot of stuff at all. It reminds me of trying to cover stuff in the UK. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, West Virginia's not good about putting stuff out. I had one of my subs reach out to me about a cold case, and I swear to you, I spent 2 days digging to find 30 minutes of information that had been put out by local news.
Right, and I do know, because I saw you said that in chat earlier, that media doesn't put anything out that law enforcement doesn't let them put out. I understand that, but you should at least put something out saying, "Hey, this girl's missing," blah blah blah. Unless they already have something in mind that they think and they're trying to watch the situation to catch on to this or to grab this person, maybe. That's the only thing I think of that would keep them from putting it in the media, even just at one time, or one 6 o'clock news or 11 o'clock news, like, hey, such and such is missing from this area, blah blah blah. Like at least once,
right?
Nothing,
or share on your social media, because all these news stations have social media. They all have either a Twitter or a Facebook or something. Share a flyer.
Yeah, and like I said, Michelle did this, and I was gonna run that because it's the only thing I find. But then I saw that this Sleuth's mom did this interview, and I'm like, well, that's better than anything. So,
Sleuth's mom is amazing. She does a lot. She does a lot. She used to do a lot of missing cases, but I think she's working full time now too. And she's got her hands full with her kids too. So, but she's amazing.
But this was the best case scenario because it was an interview with the mother. And I'm thinking this is the best way we can get any information to be able to do what we want to do with it. You know what I mean? So.
Right. And I'm familiar with this podcast that did the interview with mom either.
Oh.
So I don't know much about them.
Yeah, I'm not sure of that one either. Welcome. Or good to hear, Mystery. Thank you. So. I'm going to keep going with this. If there's any questions you have that you don't get from this, yell at me and let me know.
Okay.
I appreciate your input too. That's why I just said jump up here. It's probably easier than typing all this stuff back and forth. If there's anything that you can put to add to this or anything, okay?
Yeah, because I was on the phone and it's a pain to try to type because the iPhone has a mind of its own and then it wants to change my words and then
I get it. I get it.
Crazy in chat.
No worries. No worries at all.
sending it to me, and if I don't have a friend request, or if I have to go through my message request, it's sitting there until I go through that. And that may be for the time. Not because I'm neglecting it, but because I don't think about it. And I'm like, oh, I got to go check that, because this isn't like a normal everyday thing that somebody goes through.
Yeah.
See, Brian says earlier there was a mention that parents had concerns regarding online stuff. Okay. I didn't catch that because I was taking notes and writing all this info down so that I can keep track of this and that. And I must have missed it. Thank you, Brian. Well, there's the answer to that question. So there must have been some kind of either an online issue, or they're just those parents that don't want to take that chance. So there's the answer to that. Again, thank you, Brian, for catching that for me.
And my accent's Western Kentucky.
So he has been, he emailed me back, and I can read verbatim what he sent me in the email. That way everybody's kind of up to date with what's going on.
That would be really helpful. Clear up some stuff. It's a small community, and the one thing that we don't want is for the investigation to go in the wrong way because of rumors and, you know, all that kind of, because that can destroy an investigation.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That has destroyed so many investigations that, and in the end, children have been found unalived.
Yes.
And that's not good. So, Corporal Hendrick, had said, at the moment, I am pursuing a lead from the woman who reached out to you about finding messages from Angel in an online chat room. So, and then he said, I am also following up on a tip we received about a potential sighting, but there is nothing to substantiate it at this time. We received several other such reports that did not turn out to be Angel. And he really didn't have much else to update me on at that point. But it is an ongoing investigation. I know a lot of people don't have faith in the law enforcement. I have spoke to a private investigator that reached out to me Monday evening. She has worked with Corporal Hendrick. She has worked with Morgan County Sheriff's Department. She has worked with the West Virginia State Police in that area. And her words about Corporal Hendrick was that he is a very compassionate and empathetic individual, and he is going to do his job properly. She said, you can rest assured on that. She does a lot of cold cases. Angel is only the second case that she's gotten that's been recent. And another gentleman who has done search and rescue with the Morgan County Sheriff's Department and with the West Virginia State Police, he also said that this investigation is in good hands. And I know that people are thinking that maybe I'm pushing it off or whatever, but the thing with the search party about everybody, just like us regular citizens going and doing it, we're not experts. We don't know what we're looking for. And if there's potential evidence out there that could lead to the finding of Angel or finding out what happened to Angel, then I would rather be found by experts as opposed to me stomping on it. A dog, somebody's dog, like, yeah, they're trained, they're good. You know, maybe it's just a young dog. And if you're stepping on evidence, you're destroying evidence. And if we screw something up, they're not going to have it.
Exactly.
And whatever is going on here, I want us to find her. And that's the most important thing. And I understand people, I'm getting frustrated, but I also have to step back and know that these men are doing their job, and trust that what they're doing is good. And Sheriff Bohr, I knew one of his colleagues when I lived in Hampshire County. He was, Eckerson was his name. And he was very, very good, very thorough.
Did he pass away?
Yes, he passed away. I think it was about 2014, 2015 is when he passed away. And he was a very compassionate and empathetic individual. And Sheriff Bohr said he's been doing this for like 20 years. So I'm trusting, and my heart's telling me to trust these people, that they're doing their job and they're doing it to the best of their ability. I noticed that Stacy Sala,
So a couple things we're going to pull out of that. So of course, it's fantastic that she is confident in this police force. And, that means your tips, guys. I have the number scrolling along the bottom here. Send them to the police department. Contact that tip line. Ask to speak to these sheriffs and actually turn your tips into them. If they are real, true tips, don't call them with speculations. If you know it firsthand information from you and you know that it has to do with the case, call it in to the police department. Let's try to not overload Carrie any more than she already is by reaching out to her specifically with the tips. That information could get delayed and it could take longer than necessary to get to the police department and the people who actually need it. One thing I do want to tell you guys though is if you have like a sighting or you think that you have seen Angel, please, take a picture of her. I know that sounds weird to snap a photo of a complete and total stranger, but if you think you have seen her, take a photo and turn that in so that the police can verify if that individual actually is Angel or not. That'll help with the confusion so that people aren't like, oh, I think I seen her at such and such location. And then they have no photo, there's no cameras, nothing like that. And so that potential sighting can't be verified. So, take a photo if you think that you have seen her so that police have that to double check and to look at. The other thing I want to notate is she does say about the fact that there was a tip given from Carrie gave a tip to the police about potential conversations that she may have been having in a chat room. This tells us that she was on the internet much more than what we were aware, than what her family was likely aware of. And this opens up that aspect of internet luring so much more. So a very, very worrisome situation.
I just can't thank her enough. She's gone above and beyond.
Oh goodness. The other thing I want to note is, Carrie, if you're listening to this, be cautious with private investigators. And I have no clue who reached out to you. I haven't talked to you about that. But there are individuals that will claim that they are private investigators. They will reach out to you, and sometimes they can cause complete and total chaos in cases. I just want to say the name Jim Terry, for example, is somebody who has wreaked chaos in the lives of families that he has, quote unquote, helped. And so just
oh God, no, please stay away from him. She's not lying. That is a bad person. Bad person. Definitely not a PI. Stay away from him. Good God Almighty.
Nope, he's pure chaos is what he is.
I didn't know if you knew him, but he's horrific.
Yeah, I knew him.
Yeah.
I was one of the first ones that Sleuth Mom was the very first one, and then I was the second person in contact with Candace, Dylan Rounds' mom. So
Okay.
I'm well versed of who Mr. Terry is.
Yep, exactly. Bad news. Bad news. Jesus.
Always do your due diligence, research absolutely anyone, and look up and vet and verify every single person that you talk to, because even if they are helping for free, a lot of times private investigators can muddy the waters and completely destroy cases like that as well. Even in Sebastian Rogers' case, they had a situation where a phone call was recorded by a quote unquote private investigator who then released it to a YouTuber and caused so much more hurt and pain and chaos towards the poor parents of Sebastian Rogers. And so just be very, very cautious, no matter who it is. That's the most important thing, is to just always verify and look into absolutely everybody.
Call of Duty for this, and I don't have the words to express how grateful I am for her. And I've had people asking about donations. Once we attach money to the situation, it becomes a scam, because so many people have been scammed, sadly. So, I would prefer that if people want to share a picture, if you have a couple bucks, print out 20 flyers and post them around, put them on your vehicle, try to hit truck stops, ask the drivers. There's drivers out there all over that would be more than happy to plaster them all over the back of their rigs, but I don't want people asking for money for donations for a reward. Now, if it comes to the point where that's what the FBI or the Sheriff's Department is wanting to do, then I support it. You contact them, hey, what can I do? That's fine, because I know that that's where that money is going to. How many times have we seen that people are getting or found scammed? It's constant. It's every day. Yeah. I'm still trying to hold out hope in this situation, but I also know what the reality is, in the situation. So it's like reality and hope are playing a tug of war right now with my heart.
Of course.
And it's just been so hard. My boss actually gave me a few days off to kind of focus and get things where I need to be. Because I'm not good to my people when I can't focus on my people.
Exactly. You can't pour from an empty cup, that's for sure.
I can't, because the whole time I'm there, I'm wanting to look at phones, I'm wanting to update, I'm seeing people saying this or saying that, and people are getting things messed up. They're putting information that it's not there, or and it's just, it's frustrating, because then that gets confusing to people that are just coming on, and they're like, oh, well, she said this, but this is what this said. And that's not cool. That's not cool. Before you post anything, be thorough and make sure what you're posting is accurate.
BC, I'm not sure. So she definitely says FBI there. She says that the police and the FBI, because of the location and how close this is to the border on all sides. Let me pull this map up again for you guys. This is very, very, very close to Maryland. It's very close to Pennsylvania. Like this area, it's just in this pop out of West Virginia, and this is Maryland. This is Pennsylvania. Washington's right over here. It's not very far, though, to everywhere. So it would not shock me one bit if the FBI is already assisting the police between the location and how close it is to the borders, but also because of the online aspects behind this. As soon as you go into those online aspects, it does get turned over to the FBI a lot of times. And so we know that she had a Chromebook. Mom mentioned towards the beginning of this interview that there was a situation where she had been talking to somebody on her tablet, and that person was sending emails to her, and Mom got it because they shared an email address for that tablet. And so, we know that she's had communication, but she also says in just a few moments that she also is utilizing her TV to access the internet. And so, yeah, the FBI would be for the net. And so it's so many of these missing teens, unfortunately, that do have to utilize those resources. No boyfriend, Astro from space, no boyfriend that they know of, obviously. There could have been an online quote unquote boyfriend, right? So, but it would not shock me one bit if the FBI is assisting. Now, obviously, they're not the lead. I would not think that they would be the lead at this point, but they are assisting in the most likely the online aspects of the investigation. I totally was sharing the map again without taking down the picture, wasn't I? Sorry about that. I keep forgetting. I want to keep her face up there because the important thing of everything that we're doing right now, the important thing is to make sure that everybody can recognize Angel. And so I keep putting up the overlays with her face, her picture, her flyer, things like that. But then I forget that I'm sharing that over top of my screen whenever I'm sharing. But this is the area. So this is the pop out where she went missing that I was talking about. This is Maryland. This is Pennsylvania up here. You know, Washington is right over this way. It's not far. Everything, just the borders are very, very close. So Maryland, West Virginia, Pennsylvania, all within, goodness, that's probably not even that far. Let me see how many miles that is exactly. Measurement. So from her house to, oh, what are we measuring in? Yeah, that's meters. Let me see. Yeah, whatever. We'll get back to this. I'll figure out the measuring tool in a second. So that's the borders though. I know, out of practice, you know what it is. So a lot of you guys are new to my channel and things like that. Some of you guys have been following me for years. I've been on break. And so that's why things are kind of slowed down right now. I work a full-time job and have been trying to do this on the side now. I didn't used to work a full-time job. And so, so I haven't been live very often. And so I do apologize for that. But a lot of you guys have been following me. Goodness, we're going on, let's see, this is year 2 now. So going on year 3. And so we have a lot of experience. I know there's very little videos on my channel. There was a whole situation. I took a lot of videos down for the purposes of just protecting the families of cases that I covered. And so, you know, I don't have much history on my YouTube channel. It doesn't go back very far, but that's because of what I did to protect families. So
do you feel like they're going fast enough for you?
Yeah, the tri-states.
I mean, I know you're the mom, nothing's fast enough, but do you feel frustrated, like maybe they're focusing on the wrong way or focusing on one thing too much? Or do you feel frustration in any sort of way like that? Like they could do more? I know that we had just had a post saying, you know, if this was there was an instance that was in Berkeley Springs where the magistrate's granddaughter, I mean, within 48 hours, they were out there. So that is a very valid point. And does that frustrate you?
To a point, it does, but I also understand that investigations take time, and in order to get anything that would hold up in a court of law, or and I'm not an expert. My criminal justice was like 10 classes I had in high school, like 20 years ago, probably more than that. But I am no expert by no means, but I know that in order to get a conviction, it takes time. Like it's not like on TV shows where, you know, it's solved in an hour. Here we go. You know, this is how it doesn't happen like that in real life. I'm trying to be patient. I'm trying to take a breath. I'm trying to understand that. And Angel is my top priority, but I also understand that they have other cases as well. You know, I think I heard somebody or saw where somebody said a child was still missing out that way. So I can understand that and I can empathize with that. And nothing's going to move fast enough for me. Like fast enough for me would have been I showed up there Saturday and she was right there.
Yeah.
Fast enough for me would have been she was found before I even got there. But I understand and I'm trying. I'm really trying hard to keep my composure. I'm trying hard to stay strong because I know when I fall apart, everything falls apart. And my daughter doesn't need me to fall apart right now. She needs me to be strong.
You are doing amazing. Yesterday, I know that you had to get some rest. I mean, I know that you can get so tired that you almost feel nauseous, you know, when you're stressed like that and just feeling just the constant heaviness. So I commend you because, you know, some parents don't even speak out when their child's missing. They don't even speak out after they're found, you know, and you're advocating for her and you're putting yourself out there. And of course, there's always going to be haters. There's always going to be people that insinuate things and say stuff like that. But you know what? Screw them, you know.
I just want to say, like, and she's completely right in this, right? There are a lot of families that stay silent. They don't come out in warrior mode. They don't come out and advocate for their missing children. I can show you guys right now, missing in West Virginia, you know, gosh, I don't even know how many cases. Let me pull this over here. And this is just what's on the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. This would not be every case. And we know that she's not even on this yet, right? She's not here yet. But this is something that happens state by state, day by day, child after child after child, you know, where they go missing and there's nothing. There's 16 currently. Is that 16 pages? Let me see. No. So there's only 16. That's actually not very many for West Virginia. Props to them. But how many are not on this website? Typically, the police will upload the information to the website for the families. The families don't necessarily have to act it and do the adding the children to the website. Unfortunately, we are in a situation where a lot of the smaller towns and things like that, they might not know to upload a case to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. They might not know to utilize those resources and to make sure that these children's faces are on website like this or on NamUs, things like that. And so that's information those of us that are following missing cases and putting missing cases out there that we need to help these families do. We need to make sure that they are aware of the different things that are out there that can help them with their missing child. And so that's what our job is, to share their faces and then help share the resources. Now, in this situation, I will also say the other side of things is sometimes families see this platform and they see what's happening in these cases on this platform, they think to themselves, oh my God, I got to get my child's face out there everywhere. And I need to do everything I can to share the information about my missing child. And then unfortunately, they come to YouTube and they look up missing to see what type of coverage happens on missing cases and to see what type of things are going on in cases. And unfortunately, they see, craziness like the Summer Wells case, or they see the craziness of the Sebastian Rogers case, the circus that comes with these platforms, or even in true crime in general, you look at cases like Idaho 4 and things like that, the absolute total and complete crap show that surrounds it. And then you see parents or families back off. Carrie has taken this full force head on. She doesn't care. She does not care. She wants her child's face out there. She wants us to see Angel's face. She doesn't care what's going to come of it, as long as we are sharing her face, sharing her flyer, getting her face out there, because she could be absolutely anywhere. That's what's important to her. And I wish that more moms were soldiers like that and just really just fought and advocated for their child. And if they don't have the ability, like I said, this affects each parent differently emotionally. Sometimes they can't handle that extra stress. Sometimes they can't, they can't take that bull by the horns and come on and advocate. If you're a parent like that who can't do it, find a group that will help you. Missing in America is amazing for that, helping share foundations or share flyers and share faces and get faces out there. Another one is the Aware Foundation. They also are phenomenal for really focusing on the family and getting the faces out there. Missing Persons Advocacy Center is another one that I love. Missing Persons Advocacy Center. Kathy Pierce is an absolutely phenomenal woman, and she has always shared and done due diligence by the families, by the parents, and made sure that the child stays the focus, making beautiful, amazing flyers for different children, and just making sure that people are seen. And no matter who they are, and so this is also another person who can help you get connected with the right individuals, get you connected, and help make flyers, get your information spread around, things like that, in order to help share missing flyers, missing posters, things like that. And so, keep that in mind, that there are really, really great groups and organizations that can assist you with this type of information if you are not confident in doing it yourself. Just like kind of a public service announcement in there, because you never know whenever it's going to be your child. You never know whenever it's going to be your loved one that is missing. It can happen to absolutely any of us, no matter how close you are with your child, no matter how much you think, well, your child would never run away or they would never disappear. You have no clue who they are talking to or who could be warping their mind in the background and convincing them to walk away from your home. And you just can never be too prepared to know exactly what to do. And actually, there's a handbook, what to do when your child's missing. I'm going to find it real quick and share it in the description of this video, so that you guys can have access to that. But it takes you through the different steps of how to handle a missing loved one.
Right. This is your baby, and we're all going to help you find her. We're going to do our best. You have organizations that are backing you up. You have National Public Awareness. They're real big in West Virginia. They shed light on things and they're loud. We've got, all different organizations. You've got Voices of the Silent.
Okay, guys, I wanted to throw this up here for you. This is put out via Reddit through the missing kids gone missing part of Reddit. Thank you, Andy. This is kind of a timeline, a little bit more information too. Again, Angel Turner, Berkeley Springs, West Virginia. Saturday, August 3rd, Angel was missing. When Dad woke up around 7:30 a.m., he noticed that the gate to keep the dog from her room was moved. The dog Boomer was outside. Dad called Mom at 8:22 a.m. to tell her Angel was missing after going to searching for her. Excuse me. Are you still here, Mom?
Yep, I'm still here.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure you could hear me okay. Police were contacted after Mom was notified. Mom, Carrie, had to drive 2.5 hours from Scottsdale, PA, to Berkeley Springs, West Virginia. Police have done a preliminary search of the home and the grounds and have used search dogs. Police have taken electronic devices that Angel could have used to access the internet, including a tablet from her mom's and her school Chromebook. She was also accessing the internet through her TV. Police have been made aware of this. Mom is convinced that Angel may have been lured, and that the predators could have given her a phone for her to communicate with them. And this does happen, guys, a lot. Angel's watch was connected to her dad's phone. She can only text from it to approved contacts. It's not an iWatch, though. Okay, it's probably one of those Android deals. Angel took with her a laundry basket and some clothing from her dresser drawers. Unclear the size of the basket or how much clothing. It was like medium, small to medium, I believe is what it was stated. Angel left behind all personal hygiene items. She left behind her watch, all electronic devices, and her medication. If somebody was grooming her, lured her, they told her to leave that behind so she could not be tracked. That's how this works, guys. Angel took wait a minute. Angel left behind. Dad has lived in the home at least since 2012 when the parents finalized their divorce. The community is a close-knit community. The family is not asking for donations, does not want search parties formed unless police deem that to be necessary. Where'd this go? Police have been communicating necessary information with the family and is actively investigating. The family is asking for you to share Angel's flyers, and if you see Angel, please take a photo of the sighting that can be confirmed by police. Report all tips to Morgan County Sheriff's Department at 304-258-1067 or by email at jhedrick@morgancountywestvirginia.gov. Angel's described by her family as being loving, having a big heart. She's a homebody who likes her own space. She's quiet at first, but once comfortable is very talkative. She is a keyboard warrior, but more reserved in person. Angel loves animals. She's extremely intelligent. Angel is an active member of the local Boys and Girls Club locally. She is a very proud auntie and deeply loves her two nieces who miss her deeply. These are facts that are based off the interview that was given. Okay, July 31st, she went to the local mall with Mrs. Shelley and her daughter Angel was upbeat during that trip. Thursday, August 1st, the neighbors noticed two different vehicles in that area, okay, at her father's home in the neighborhood. One of them was the first neighbor noticed two different vehicles, I'm sorry. A dark-colored SUV with a Hispanic male driving, oh, God. Now that I think of this, I had this written down with the two other vehicles too. Okay. A Hispanic male driver that was in back of the home. Wait a minute. A dark colored SUV with a Hispanic male driver that was in back of the home. White or light colored four-door sedan in the actual driveway. A male was seen who accessed the trunk. Angel was seen standing by the door. At time of both these vehicles has not yet been clarified, nor are we sure that these vehicles are connected to her disappearance the following day. Friday, August 2nd, Angel went to bed around 11 p.m. Dad described her behavior as normal leading up to bedtime, said that they joked about potato chips before she went to bed. Dad checked the house around midnight before going to bed. There again, guys, is Miss Angel right there, 15 years old, blonde hair, brown eyes, height 5'1", 260 pounds. Again, anybody, and I mean anybody with any tip whatsoever, guys, I don't care what it is, please contact Morgan County Sheriff's Department at 304-258-0303. When she went missing, once again, she was seen wearing a white t-shirt with black shorts and a white t-shirt, black shorts, and white sneakers. Sorry about that. And she went missing from the Berkeley Springs area at West Virginia. Morgan County, West Virginia, E911. Okay, yeah, you can contact 911 too, and then just let them know what you're calling for. So, thank you, Andy, for that. Just to give you guys a little more insight and an update as far as that part goes.
Silenced, amazing organization. They help so much. You have me and Penelope Brown. We're here for you. The public obviously is interested in the story. It's a small town. She's 15 years old. It's absolutely awful and terrifying. We're all praying for you and we all are backing you up. And to clear up anything about, did she have an Apple Watch on?
That is really all we have, Kim. Welcome, by the way. It's sad, but this is it. This is it. I've been looking as we're sitting here. I can't find anything new.
No, what her watch was, it was a watch because we were trying to limit her internet activity. It was a watch that was connected to her dad's phone. So there could be no phone calls come in or go out unless he had them programmed in there.
Oh, yeah.
So her watch was just, no phone calls. She could do texting on it, but it just had to be with the contacts that was in there. One other thing that was brought to my attention that I do want to put out there because it could save a parent. This is something I didn't know. My daughter's a smart little cookie. Is that she was getting online apparently on her TV.
Ooh, I didn't know they could do that.
I didn't either. And I'm like, what? So I did let Corporal Eckerson know that he may need to take her TV. I don't know if that holds like the same information as like our phone or a computer or tablet or whatever.
Like an Apple TV or like a smart TV?
Just a smart TV. Just a smart TV. So
It's
apparently,
smart, it looks.
yeah, she should be going into computer science, computer cybersecurity.
So I looked this up after she said this because I honestly, oh my goodness, I have like I put parental protections on my smart TVs to make sure that my son couldn't watch certain types of programs, but I never thought about for a second that they could access like different internet sites and things like that. That never even crossed my mind. And so I did look up after she said this. Your TV does hold that information just like a computer would, even if they try to delete it. And so turning that device over to TV or to the police, I'm sure they are going to want it if she was using that to communicate to different individuals. But gosh, these kids are so smart. Like they find ways around everything anymore, and it's mind blowing to me that they can do that. That the internet is just surrounding them. They have access to all these different areas, and that these predators have this open line of communication through even your TV. Lord, through her TV. That's why I put that in the title because it just blows my mind that potentially this individual could have been speaking to her just through her television. No other way but through her television. It's just crazy to me. This is that document that I was talking about. This is actually a government document. It walks you through how to handle when your child is missing, what you should do in the first 48 hours, what the law enforcement should do, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, things like that. It's multiple pages. This is something that we were able to give to Ariel Sellers' family, Isabella Kalua, so that they were able to go step by step on how to handle the different things that come with it, including psychics. Guess what? We're not to that point yet in this case. If this case continues, if Angel continues to be missing for any length of time, we are going to start seeing the circus come. We're going to start seeing the psychics come in and tell us, that they've seen Angel in a tree by a lake with water and
that TV situation's interesting. I wonder in Sebastian's case if they looked into that, if he had a TV in his room. I never thought of that before. Because you can do that. You can, if depending on your TV, if you have a smart TV, you can log into the internet on your TV. I've done it before. So that's interesting. Thank you, Mystery. I appreciate that very much. If you guys have any type of social media accounts whatsoever, please share this out to wherever it is and get her face and her name out there, guys. Please, I ask of you, please. And thank you.
Leaf. They've seen a leaf near her and different things like that. Or it's going to get crazy. It always does anytime that a missing child is gone for any length of time with any type of suspicious circumstances. And so it gives them advice on how to handle all of this, including private investigators, including making sure that the private detectives are actually licensed with credible licenses, not a $25 license that they were able to buy like some of the previous investigators that we have seen try to come on these cases. They give you information on how to handle things. And it's just step by step on what to do for the first 48 hours, and then following those first 48 hours, how to work with law enforcement, how to partner with them. And actually, I'm going to send this to Carrie right now because I actually didn't send this to her yet, but let me get that over to her so that she can look through this document more in depth if she would like. But I'm going to put this in the description of this video. And again, if you Google what to do when my child is missing, this actually is one of the first things that pops up, this resource that tells you step by step how to handle things and making sure. But then the other side of things is this. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children has a very short list of what to do, contacting law enforcement, checking their closets, piles of laundries under their beds, things like that, notifying store management if you're in a retail store. And then of course, asking the FBI or asking law enforcement to add your child to this National Center for Missing Persons. So yeah, don't forget the voice boxes. Yep. It will all be coming.
But watch the smart TVs. So even if you take watches or tablets or phones or whatever, check them TVs. Make sure that's like, I wouldn't know where to look. But that's always an option, is just to make sure, or maybe, I don't know, maybe put parental control. I don't know if that would help or not. But that's what she was getting on. She was communicating through her TV.
Now, what color? Let's get this clear. What color were the cars that they saw? Some people are saying silver, some people are saying white. I know that I had interviewed you already, but let's clear that up so that people know what cars were seen and what they said.
The small SUV that was found behind the house was black, is what I was told. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to assume from the distance that the person saw it, it could have been black, dark gray, or maybe a navy blue. So it was a very dark color. Because I saw the picture at a distance, and it does, but it is a very dark color. Mm-hmm. The vehicle that was seen in the driveway, excuse me, I was told was white.
Okay.
I was told it was a white 4-door sedan. So that's the colors. But if the person saw a little bit of a distance, the light hits it, it could have been silver, but I was told it was white.
Okay. Now, is that a road that gets a lot of traffic going up and down it, or is it?
No. Fairview Drive goes from when you come off of 6870 into head into Berkeley Springs. Fairview Drive is like up over the mountain, and her road, Funk Lane, you go in about 4 miles, and Funk Lane is off to, if you're coming from, which I'm going from the direction that I always go. So if you're coming from 68, it's 4 miles in on the right hand side. And there's a house on the end that's would be considered a house on Fairview, and then her house would be the first one, and then back in the back there's like 3 or 4, maybe 5 other houses back there. So that would be traffic. That road would be traffic for the residents on that road specifically, or visitors coming in to see them. So it's not something that would because it's like it dead ends. So it's not a through road.
There I am. Hold on. Sorry, I vanished for a second. So the chat room is still going, so it's like ding ding ding. So is there something that you want the public to focus on, to stop doing and focus on? Something that they're doing that's just like aggravating, and it's like it's not helping. Because we want to help. We want to help.
Right.
We want to make sure that we're helping in the right way.
I understand the need for wanting a search party. I do. I truly, honestly do. And I want to go out there and search myself. However, I am not an expert in it. So if and when, and I'm hoping that maybe they do want to do a search party, then I'll make sure it's posted. I'll have you make sure it's posted. I'm sure the sheriff's department will make sure it's posted. And like wanting to collect donations. Make sure you're Dork. Sorry, that's my puppy.
Love.
Wanting to make
he knows
sure
you're upset. He was trying to give you love.
He does. He's been like all over me.
Brian, I don't know. It could be, you know how teenagers can be at times, but I don't know. I don't know what the dynamic was that was going on at the father's. It was stated that everything was fine, as I read to you the night before she went to bed. But you know how kids are, you know, they can get bothered by certain things. There could have been something going on beforehand that maybe she was keeping from her parents, you know. You know, when we as parents hold back things from our kids to protect them, they don't see it that way sometimes, and sometimes it turns into, you know, what they got to do. So just saying, I hate these cases. I hate cases like this because it always turns out to be, in some senses, almost the same thing every time. Sorry guys, the light's coming through the thing, it's kind of blinding me. I don't know any of the dynamic about the father, other than that the father and mother had a kind of tumultuous separation, and it's been since 2012, I believe it is. I'm pretty sure it's probably calmed down, but they don't get along. Mom and dad don't get along. So there's that. But I don't know. I don't know. The people speaking, Kim, are Sleuth's mom, who has another channel. Her name's Nicole. She covers a lot of this kind of stuff. She's really good. She's really great. Actually, at this stuff, I've put the link up here a couple times. And then the mother, Carrie Michaels of Angel, is interviewing with her. That's who she's talking with. Which I'm going to try to reach out to myself to see if she'd be interested in talking with us. I've actually left her a message already to see if she'd be interested in giving us a little more info, maybe any updates, and talking with us so that we can get this out and get it going. Or maybe the father. Either way, I just want to speak to somebody because we're not getting any info via law enforcement, and we won't, and that's okay. I understand. But there's no media out or anything. So there's really nothing else, no information. That's the scary part with this. I did say, Mark, that I would. I looked that up. I saw it in my email. I definitely will look into that at some point, Mark and Betty. So thank you for the info, too. I appreciate that email.
That's not helping. Like if you're focusing on why aren't they doing this? Why aren't they doing this? Why aren't they doing this? You're not focusing on putting Angel's picture out there. You're not focusing. And I know everybody has done an amazing job as to getting her posted out there. But for every comment that you post about search parties, like I'm getting a lot of the same questions, which if people were to go back, listen to our podcast that we did the other day, listen to this, listen to the news interview, read the post, they're going to get the answer to those questions. And I've gotten to the point where I'm like, it's in the podcast. It's in the post.
This, unfortunately, is just going to keep happening. And so
Here's the thing, guys. We've seen this. We know how this goes. We know what the deal is with missing kids, and we know what they can turn into. We do not want this to turn into another Sebastian Rogers situation. Mom, I know you agree with that.
No, I totally agree. That's why it's seeing, and I wouldn't say his name if he was the last creator on this platform, but when I saw he was covering it, I just cringed. Like my whole body just cringed.
Yes, I get
because
it.
there's certain people on this platform and on other platforms that should never be anywhere near a missing case, especially not a missing case that has no answers, with more questions than there is answers. It just
Agreed.
it makes me
Agreed. So
cringe.
the best thing we can do is what we're doing right now. We can talk about her, show her face, put her picture out there, put her missing poster out there, pray for her and her mother and her father, the family, and just continuously talk about this and keep doing that. We don't need people going out searching, but we have to abide by what law enforcement says, period. They know
There's
what they're
already a
doing.
local search group that's aware she's missing. They just put a flyer on Twitter about 20 minutes ago.
Thank you. And that's it. People need to stop taking this into their own hands. When it's in the hands of law enforcement, let them do their job. We do this. This is what we do on our end. That's all we can do. Share it through all your social media platforms. You can do that.
I appreciate these ladies doing the interview with her, but one thing, this public service announcement, if you do an interview like this, anything that has not been put out publicly, if you look at a flyer and it says a certain county, a certain city, don't go through and put out what street it is that the child is missing from, because then you have a bunch of psychopaths driving by their house with their phones hung out the window.
Yeah, you shouldn't do that. I do agree. I was kind of, thank God there was no number added to it too. Yeah, that's a little much, guy. I mean, we saw this with Sebastian case when they put the road out there, bing, bang, boom. Within 24 hours, there was 300 people driving past their house. Like, come on.
I've seen it happen more times than I want to talk about.
Yes,
and I know newer podcasters and stuff, like they don't have the grease under their belts like we do. You don't do that. Don't do it.
No, please don't do it. Right. Raise awareness, but don't exploit. Amen. Absolutely. And again, I need to stress something. This little girl has hypothyroidism and she's pre-diabetic. She needs medication. Please, if anybody's listening to this, it's that important. It is that important. Okay. The hypothyroidism is a very dangerous situation. And it just needs to be what it is, guys. She needs found. She needs brought home. I don't care if she's brought home to mom's house, dad's house, wherever, but she needs her medications. She needs to be found safe and sound and brought home. Please.
Take her to a hospital. Please. Drop her off.
Whatever. Drop her off at an emergency room. Drop her off at a police station. Drop her off at a fire station. I don't care, but just drop her off. Please. That's all I'm saying. She needs to be found. End of story. 15 years old. This is a very dangerous age, and a very dangerous situational possibility with this age, especially being a young girl. I don't want this to turn into that. I don't. I don't. That's all I can say. I can't stress it more. Definitely pray, guys. That's one thing you can do too, is pray for the family and for her, period.
I'm going to put together this graphic, like I said, but it's going to have all of the information that Carrie has given, whether it's on this interview, on the other interviews, whatever, throughout all of the articles. I'm going to put it all together so that it's in one consolidated place, so that we can share continuously the graphic of the information that we know based on Carrie. Because the reality of the situation is, people are not going to go watch a 45-minute podcast every time they have a question. They're not going to go watch even a 10-minute podcast. Even on videos that I make that are 3 minutes long, the watch rate typically is less than a minute and a half. Now that could be people putting it on 2x speed so they can zoom through and get that information. But the reality of the situation is, people want the information spoon-fed to them. You have people who will not read the entire graphic. And so you have to make it condensed, short, things like that. But consolidating all of the facts in one easily shareable place is something that I'm going to attempt to do, so that we can get that information all put out there. And so that whenever the questions are coming up, we can just share the same thing over and over and over again, so that the facts stay consistent and stay the same. And so that I feel like is something that is important that we can do to help this family. If there is anybody who has gone through the post on the Facebook groups and things like that, that has information that I may not have seen or that was deleted, things like that, please share that with me. You can send it to sleuthmom12@outlook.com. I'm also on Facebook under sleuthmom. I'm in the group under Nicole. It just says Nicole. If you would like to message me privately, things like that. But you can also comment on this video. Commenting on the videos, whether it's my video, Naked Truth's video, Live Block No More also did a video. Commenting on the video, hitting the like button, things like that. Though is something that you guys can easily do to share and make sure that Angel's case hits the algorithm. Make sure that she can get the views and the to spread it viral. Whether it's on TikTok too. I know a lot of people are doing TikToks to share that information as well.
And again, guys, that's why we need to have you guys hitting that like button. There's 63 people in here. I don't even know how many likes we have right now. Please hit the like button so that we can get this where we need to get it in the algorithm, to get it out there so it's seen by everybody and starts rotating through. Okay. Thank you.
That is something that you can utilize also. Instagram, I believe that she's on Twitter. We got to get her name trending though. The best way to do that is to like, share, and comment on the lives, 3 words or more. It can just be like praying for Angel. Something that simple can help perpetuate a video into the algorithm. Does have to be 3 words, cannot be emojis. So keep that in mind.
And because it's repetitive. So for every time I'm having to answer, and I'm almost getting to the point where I don't want to answer, but I don't want to feel rude and ignorant. I don't want to seem like I'm being rude or ignorant or ungrateful
and it's
either.
posted out there. The link is out there. The flyer is out there. There's a link for the flyer. So it's all readily available to people. It's just a matter of, them actually listening to the podcast, watching interviews like this, so that we can get everybody kind of on the right path as to how to bring her home, how to find her. It's disturbing to me when the sun's going up and the sun's going down, and here we are another day. And where is she?
Trust me, I know. Every day at 7:30.
Yeah, I was thinking last night too. I was like, oh man,
It's like, gosh, I got to face another day with not knowing where my daughter is. Another day left that I don't know where my daughter is. Another day's coming that I don't know where my daughter is. Where no one's heard from her, no one's seen her.
If she were to see this, what would you say to her right now?
Come home, reach out. We all love you. I love you. Your Aunt Joy loves you. Your sisters love you. There are so many people, honey, that are looking for you, that are trying their hardest. We are so afraid and scared.
Find somebody. If you're not safe, find somebody. Slip them a note. Find a way to get help.
And her niece is very scared. She knew something was wrong with her mama, and Beth tried her best to explain it for the mind of a 6-year-old. And she is very scared. She wants her Auntie Angel, and she's sad that her Auntie Angel didn't get to see her outfit on her first day of school today for first grade. So she is, the baby is just, the baby. She doesn't understand what's going on, but Hayden is just, we're all beside ourselves. But Hayden is like Angel. She takes things to heart, and she holds them, and she worries, and she is just like, she's right there. And it's just heartbreaking to see her so hurt. She doesn't understand, but she knows that Auntie Angel's not with us right now. We can't find her.
Well, we're hoping that we do. And as far as Dad, I know you can't speak for Dad, and I saw that you had commented saying I can't speak for him. We don't expect you to. But how is he doing?
His communication with me is very, very little. So I'm not sure how he's doing. He hasn't even messaged me today to see if I'd heard anything. Now that might change here in a little bit. We've still got 4 hours left, 3 hours left of the day.
Thank you, Rana T. I appreciate that very much. And that's good to hear that they won't tolerate that, because that doesn't need to happen. We don't need another scenario like that. All we need to do is to bring this little girl home and spread awareness. That's it. Nothing else needs to happen with this. I will not sit and watch another situation go down like that again. I can't stomach it, and I won't. So I know Mom's going to do what she's going to do. I will do this. Arctic has probably already been on this, knowing him. And there's other creators that are doing this. Sleuth Mom, this is all we need to do, you guys. And you as a community, just spread this through your social media accounts, so on and so forth. That's all we got to do. That's the best we can do. If there's tips, you call that number. End of story. That's it. Also, the number was shown by one crew. Well, why would you put that number out? That's so insane. You're not helping by doing that. You're making this scenario worse. Please don't do that. Anybody. Not that you guys in here would. I'm just saying in general, please don't do that. Has your local TV outlet covered this? Yeah. Do you know if that's happened at all? I love your name, Rana T. Have you seen this on any local news in that specific area at all? Because I haven't found anything, and I can't find anything. And I don't think Mom has been able to either. And I've seen a couple other people say they haven't. So I'm just curious if you know if they have. That's a good question, Brian. The pic of the house was shown, and it showed. Oh my God. See? Like, why do that? I don't understand. You're not helping. We don't need to know the house to know that she's missing. We don't need to know the street to know that she's missing. We don't need to know her address at all. Good Lord. Nope. By the way, that's a good movie mystery. Moving on. Just saying, yeah. For future reference, anybody listening, don't do that. Don't. You may not be purposely trying to make issues, but it definitely will. Because there are people that just don't get it and will jump in their cars and head on down to go drive past like they're looking at Christmas trees. It's not what it is. This is not, a sight to go see. We're just trying to bring this child home to her family. No, that's a Pekingese, Mark and Betty. His name's Alfred. Okay, we're almost done with this, by the way. On we go. The street was important due to proximity to the highway. Okay, that I can understand. That does make some sense, but nobody should be putting a house number out. Yeah, well, that's how we are around here too, Mystery. Definitely. That wouldn't happen here either. Not going to happen. People here at private. Good. That's good. Very good. I'm glad to hear that. Same way it is here. All right, moving on to the rest of this.
But I know he doesn't have social media, so he doesn't. I told him the other day that I've got this end of it. So as far as how he's doing, that's on him. That marriage ended in divorce for very specific reasons. You know, my communication with him was only about Angel. It wasn't like, hey, let's go get coffee, or hey, let's
business.
You know,
Business.
it was specific Angel, and is her Nana on her dad's side, his mom. I haven't heard or spoke to her. I have had Angel's Aunt Lisa reach out to me, and her sister. I've had a couple of her family members that she hasn't spoken to or she hasn't seen since she was little, for whatever drama's going on in that area, and pretty much same reasons that we divorced. So they are all concerned. They are all right on it with helping, sharing posts and printing flyers out and posting them, and they're scattered all over. I told you earlier, I have an aunt who lives in Florida. Her family, she's Puerto Rican, so her family has been sharing, and her friends down there in Puerto Rico, they've been sharing it all over in Puerto Rico. My brother and sister-in-law were missionaries, and they have some missionary friends that are a couple hours over the border into Mexico from Texas. So there's flyers and pictures of Angel being shared down that way. I also had a Facebook acquaintance that they have family going down there or on vacation, so they're going to be sharing down there as well. I had somebody message me not too long ago saying that they were passing out where they lived, and they were getting ready to go to North Dakota in a week, and if need be, they would be taken and posting in truck stops along the way. They're praying, as I am, that it doesn't go that far, that we find her before then. So everybody has been absolutely wonderful with helping out, and I can't thank everybody enough. And there was a lady I posted the video who did a YouTube channel. She's an older lady, and you could tell that this really hurt her, because she said she was never going to do missing people again. And she did this one, and she just absolutely was absolutely wonderful with it. And she actually figured out how to do something. And when she was so happy, and I'm commenting, Angel would have been so proud that you did that, like Angel would have been like, yeah, she did it. She figured it out, So I'm just so grateful. And Sleuth Mom did a great video today that I believe I shared. So I'm just grateful that we're getting.
She was talking about Lip Lock. I don't know if she's still here. This is Lip Lock No More's video that she did yesterday. If you guys haven't seen it, she just does a great breakdown of all of the articles, all of the information about Angel out there, and then sharing, of course, the original interview and things like that. And so Lip Lock No More, a lot of you guys know she was covering missing children and things like that. And it just becomes very, very emotional for a lot of us that get deeply involved with these cases. Even me, I had taken this long break. It started with a long break because of how emotionally involved that I got with, unfortunately, a missing child that ended up being found deceased. And
Brian, I don't know about that, but none of that stuff matters in this sense. That those are two separate scenarios, in my opinion. The personal issues that are going on anywhere, if any at all, have nothing to do with this little girl. We need to just focus on her alone, and where she could be and why. That's all. And that's all I'm staying focused on. Nothing else matters to me at this point. So.
And it really took a toll on me, and it's really taken me a lot of months to come back into it. And then, of course, with me working now on top of things, but this is one of those cases that I was not going to not cover. A very close friend of mine reached out to me and asked me to please, to put Angel's face out there. And what we have to do, though, is try to get back into the algorithm because of my long break. Unfortunately, we are struggling to get back into the algorithm. And so make sure you guys take the time to hit the like button on the videos, help them get back into the algorithms. I know, like I said, here is Susan, Lip Lock No More covered Angel's case yesterday. I just shared that link in the description there. Same thing with the podcast. I'm not sure exactly how Spotify and things like that works, but make sure that you are supporting Naked Truths, Two Chicks on a Mic. Make sure that you put that Naked Truths in there, because like I said, there are several different derivatives of Two Chicks on a Mic out there. And so in order to find theirs specifically, make sure you put Naked Truths, Two Chicks on a Mic in order to support them. And that's honestly the best way, whether it's these podcasts, the YouTube videos, or the TikToks. There are multiple people covering her on TikTok as well. The best thing to get Angel into the algorithm absolutely everywhere.
Okay, so this interview is from the podcast. I misunderstood. the interview, we need to drop the link for that, the podcast channel. This is like a double overlay. I didn't realize that. I want to give that credit to the podcast as well. So guys, please, if we can drop the link, mods, if you can get it to that podcast, or Two Chicks, Naked Truths, Two Chicks on a Mic. That's the link. If you guys can find that and put that in here, please, I would greatly appreciate that. And thank you.
Is to like, share, and comment. Commenting is so important to help share and make sure that we get Angel seen.
Getting her out there.
Yeah, she's really out there now. She's really out there. I was at work today all day, and I'm just watching on the news channel, like online. I'm just seeing her face, and I'm like, this is exactly what you set out to do, and you do it right away. Like immediately, you got to do it. And I'm just so proud of you for speaking out and being an advocate for your daughter. You know, as hard as it is, I know that myself.
Thank you, Ranity.
Because I don't know how to comprehend what you could possibly.
Thank you, Mom. There's a link right there, guys, to the podcast.
I'm sure there's a point where you kind of feel flat. Like, what do you do? Like, which way? Like, numb. Like,
yeah, I am.
If you guys will, please click on that, like that, subscribe to that podcast. They do a lot of great stuff over there. With this,
Doodle dropped to YouTube, so I don't know. You can follow on the Apple podcast, but I don't know how much it would help.
Okay, well, click both links, guys. See which one works for you. I can't click them in here, but either way, thank you both of you, Doodle and Mom. I appreciate you both. Vicky Sue, hello and welcome.
I love the Apple podcast, but like I only watch Joe and Nancy and Max.
Right.
So.
Absolutely.
Or listen, not
wholeheartedly.
Y'all know what I mean.
Showing up.
Work just melts my brain. So.
Right. Absolutely. Vicky Sue. Did somebody time out Vicky Sue? Who is Vicky Sue?
I am not. I'm full of rage. I want to rip this one
not
apart.
Unless that's
well, here's the thing.
Brian's ramblings coming in with a different name.
I'm gonna say this. What my mods do, they know what to do. Okay, they know why they're doing it. I've told them to do it if certain things are being. We're talking about a missing child here. Okay. There's other things that don't need to there's things that don't need to be in the conversation about this missing child is what I'm saying. So if they thought that they needed to time somebody out, they did what they needed to do. That's all. There's really nothing I need to say about it. That's all. So moving on. I'm sorry. You know, I don't mean to, I hope nobody was offended. And if you were, my apologies, but I have to keep things a certain way in here for reasons. This is a missing child. This is not just another regular case. The next case we're going to talk about, that's a different story, but this is a child. We need to focus on that and not other things. That's what I'm saying. So, again, sorry, but not sorry.
And I'm full of sadness and I'm full of bittersweetness because I open up my Facebook or my phone and there's pictures of Angel and it makes me happy to see her face. And it makes me happy to know that people are sharing her face. But then my heart breaks because I know why. I'm seeing her face everywhere. It's like reality dawns. I have a slimmer of hope that we're going to find her alive.
So Michelle, After Dark, mentioned Angel this morning. She did show her flyer, but I would say that video wasn't necessarily a video on Angel. She did make some comparisons between Sebastian Rogers and Angel's case. Ultimately, what she did was she did share Angel's name to at least 700 plus people were in there whenever she pulled up Angel's flyer. And so super appreciative of that. But I would say that video itself was more about Sebastian Rogers. And then, of course, Philip Harris, which are two cases that have been trending on YouTube right now. So it's very beneficial to share a missing person in a case that's already trending to help people who are seeing that case, those other cases, to see Angel's face. And so I do appreciate her pulling up the flyer. However, I wouldn't necessarily share that video as being a video about Angel, if that makes sense. So that's why I didn't mention Michelle.
But it's also battling with the fact of reality and the statistics that are out there of where we're at this point in this game.
So in your heart and in your mind, you're convinced that she was lured and taken. I've read that you really 1000% believe that. There's not she took off, she went to a friend's or, any of that. It's just 1000. You're a mom, your intuition. That's what your intuition is telling you.
My intuition is she was groomed, she was taken. I mean, if she went willingly if she went out there, like Sleuth Mom said, maybe she went out, they said, well, let's just meet. She goes out to the vehicle, they get her in the vehicle. It could have been a man, it could have been a woman. You don't know.
An animal. She likes animals,
Yeah. but that doesn't mean she wanted to stay. And I don't think Angel is not the type of person to kind of really put herself out there. Like she can do it online. Like she'll irritate her sister like crazy online and irritate her brother-in-law like crazy online. And her uncles, but when she sees them in person, she's like quiet and kind of reserved. So she's like the little keyboard warrior back there, but when and she knows them, she grew up with them, she picks and prods and, but when she sees them in person, she's like all quiet. And her brother-in-law even said to her at Easter, "What's this? You message me when you're at your mom's and, you're always picking on me, but I'm here. What are you doing now?" And she just kind of sits back and she's all shy about it. And, so she's just my angel. Like,
I think this is something important to notate, how she describes her, a keyboard warrior, but kind of shy and timid in person, more to herself is how she's described her at the beginning of the interview. And that made me think about the fact that that vehicle was seen on Thursday, not Friday. And that takes me back to my theory that if that vehicle was connected to this and was there on Thursday, that could have been their initial meetup. That could have been when they initially interacted with her and then convinced her that it was going to be safe to come with them maybe for the weekend or maybe for a week or however long that she was anticipating to be gone, to the fact that she took clothing, she took a laundry basket. It gives me red flags that much more that she is this more behind the scenes type of person. Now, as far as what they said about this not being a friend or not being somebody that she didn't just go to a friend's house, I want to point out the seriousness of online relationships that we develop even as adults. Now, in teens, this is confusing for them because these are individuals that they connect to. I remember being a teenager and how deeply I loved the first person that I fell in love with, how deeply I felt my friendships and my relationships with absolutely everybody I came in contact with. And, as you grow up, that changes. You're more reserved with your feelings. You're more cautious with who you give your love to. But I would be hesitant to not call people that I communicate online with on a regular basis my friends. I have very, very close friends that I've met on this platform. I have very, very close people that I would call friends that I have met over true crime cases and engaged with for an extended period of time. People that I would trust, honestly, probably with my life, and I shouldn't because I've never met them in person. I've never met Seal, for example, in person, but I know everything about her. I've connected with Seal on an emotional level on multiple occasions over very serious things in our lives. And so that's the same thing that these kids are doing, but without that filter, without that caution, without that reservation about going in public with them. And so I'd be hesitant not to call the person that she left with a friend. I mean, it's very possible if she was this keyboard warrior that mom is describing, but more reserved in person, she could have been closer with this individual that she was communicating with on the video.
What do we mean by keyboard warrior? Because I have a different interpretation of that, I think. A keyboard warrior is somebody that gets online and starts shit with people. That's how I've always understood it. I mean, I'm not thinking that's what this is it?
And that is such an odd terminology for somebody to use that's not a creator or not a part of a social media platform like ourselves or our communities. Keyboard warrior is something that is common. However, there are a couple of documentaries that have come out in the last couple of years, and the term has been used on TV where people that are not a part of these communities would know that term. I mean, I'm not saying people don't know the term, but the use of that term. But if she was irritating like mine, family, then that's, I mean, a keyboard warrior is a bully. There's no way around it. That's somebody that gets online and is behind their keyboard and tall and bulletproof. But you meet them in person and they jump 2 feet off the ground.
Right. So I mean, or maybe they're just misusing the term in a way that they don't understand.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only thing I can think of because that doesn't fit with this situation. It doesn't make sense, especially if there's restricted online issues. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't get it because I just heard it again. So that's what I was saying, Jaded. I think they're probably just musing it, and they're probably saying she's a keyboard warrior, meaning she likes to be online a lot. That's what I was gathering that they mean.
If she has restricted online, like I don't know. I'm not gonna speculate.
Maybe she was, and then they restricted it due to that because there was an iPad issue at some point. They said, or a tablet issue.
Or is it one of those cases where, at mom's it's a little bit different? Maybe you have online access at mom's, but yet when you're at dads are, my dad, just put it out there. My dad was a lot more lenient than my mom was. I was going to get away with a hell of a lot more with my dad than I was with my mom.
Dads are cooler. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Moms
are
awesome.
So I almost wonder if that's like, I don't know.
Maybe. I mean, there is a tumultuous relationship between the mother and father. I get that. And again, that's not our business, but they put that out. So, you know, if there sometimes that has a tendency to become a competition some ways in the child's mind. You know what I mean? So that could have been a thing. I don't know.
Andy, sadly, I've seen hundreds of cases.
Yeah, it's not the first time we've seen this. But I have made a decision after dealing with Sebastian's case that every child's case that I work from here on forward, I will keep it very strictly based on that situation and nothing else. And that's what we're all going to do here.
That's what you have to do, because otherwise you get lost in the muddy water, and then you're trying to grab your life raft, but you can't reach it because it's 2 foot away from you. So
yeah, and meanwhile, the child that we're out here looking for is done floated away a long time ago. We can't have that. So
they get lost.
Exactly. We got to keep it on point, folks. Period.
Video games than she
Yes, facts, not drama. Thank you.
ever was with people that she knew in real life. And it's a scary reality to think about. But I am closer with individuals that I talk to on this platform and through Discord and on Facebook. I'm closer with people like Seal in the bushes, BC. I'm closer with them than I am with people that I go to church with week after week after week, or that I talk to day after day in real life. I trust them with more information about my personal life than I would trust somebody that I sat down with to dinner with yesterday. There's just that trust that comes with these relationships whenever you don't have to make face-to-face contact with people. But yeah, like in the bushes said, she would leave the country with Seal. She would leave the country with Seal. And if adults can feel like this without the overwhelming emotions and without the up and downs in our life, I mean, it's feasible to think that the children are going through the same things, that these teenagers are going through the same things. And guess what? The predators know that. These predators know that they are emotionally vulnerable and that connections are easily made online. I met my husband in person. I met him at Dollar General whenever I was working there.
And here again, guys, this is what's happening too. This is how these predators work. Understand something. You have a 15-year-old, which is a very temperamental child online. They start talking to you. You start talking to them when you figure out, how old are you? What's your name? You're a very pretty girl, blah, blah, blah. You're a handsome guy, that kind of stuff. You get them comfortable. They start telling you, my mom and dad are divorced. My mom's mean or my dad's mean. They don't let me do this. Oh, really? Well, if you were mine, I would let you do this and that, blah, blah, blah. These kinds of things is what I'm saying. This is how these predators work. They get that child comfortable with them. And like she said earlier on, sometimes they will meet up with you here and there, once or twice, give you a phone to talk to them on. I don't have a phone. They won't let me have a phone. I have no access to get to you. I can't talk to them, blah, blah, blah. Here's a phone for you. Oh my God, you bought me a phone. You're so nice. They love me. They care about me. Okay. And then bing, bang, boom. Next thing you know, that child's gone. A lot of them are sold into trafficking situations. A lot of them are taken into hiding and kept for personal reasons. A lot of them are unalived because they fight back. It's a whole horrific scenario that I can't handle it. I'm sick of it. She's 15 years old, Jenny. Thank you for joining us today. So we have to continue to do what we're doing right now and nothing more, nothing less. Please. And again, please share this to all of your social media accounts. I don't care what you got. Share it so that her face and her name is heard and seen. There are so many predators, groomers out there, you guys. There's more of them than there are of us. Please understand that. And if you don't believe that, you need to, because it's fact.
I had just started becoming a store manager, and I was in training underneath another woman, and he came in and he was her husband's best friend. And I claimed him as my husband before we ever had a full conversation. You know, I would call him my happy husband, Harry, long before he ever even spoke a full sentence to me. Whenever we first started communicating, he got my phone number and we fell in love in 3 days, texting back and forth, nonstop, 24 hours a day, nonstop
thank
texting.
you for being here to support it.
3 days was all it took me for me to decide fully that I was going to spend the rest of my life with him. Whenever we met in person, it was awkward. It was quiet. It was a lot of things. Within 2 weeks, we were engaged. 2 weeks. We were married within 3 months.
Welcome,
That's
Tracy.
how quickly relationships can move right now with this digital age, whenever you were talking to somebody on a nonstop regular basis. And so
welcome, Jen. Thank you for joining us today. And all of you guys that just jumped in or anybody that's lurking, thank you for joining us, guys. Please,
depending on how,
hit that like button so that we can get this in that algorithm so that this is out there and seen by everybody. That is the only way it's going to be seen. We have to get the algorithm rolling again. Mine has been screwed up for a little while now. We got to get back in effect and get it rolling. So you guys got to, when you tune in, you guys got to hit subscribe if you haven't. If you choose to, hit the like button, hit that bell so that the notifications always come through to you. And we can keep, and make sure you're commenting on this, guys. Everybody in here, after you watch this show, please just jump over for a quick second. Leave a comment for me. Tell me if you liked it, hated it. If you think I smell funny, whatever you want to do. I don't care what you leave me a comment so that YouTube sees that you're interacting. That's what they got to see, guys, for them to put these things up there. That's what builds the algorithm and gets us up in there. So please do that too. And again, Jen, thanks for joining us. Says proud of you. There you go. It's best to stay on track. All lives matter. No bullshit should be tolerated. Amen to that, Jen. And thank you for being here again.
Much communication she was having with this individual on a day-to-day basis. We know she was talking to him through her TV. Him or her. Could have been a female.
True as
through
well.
Her TV. Yeah. It's likely she was very, very emotionally tied to this person, and gave up left with who? Where did she go? And so that's something to keep in mind,
And that's absolutely horrific to me, Renatone. She says, my granddaughter was just approached for modeling, which is a big thing, by an older man. Somebody did this to my two daughters back when they were teenagers, at her job. She lives in an urban area, unlike me. Laugh out loud. She knew right away to avoid him. Talk to your children. If you have teenagers, please talk to your children. These people will see a pretty young girl and say, I'm an agent. I'm a photographer. You should let me take pictures of you. You should be a model, this and that. They get them to their home or wherever they take them to take pictures. Bad things happen, guys. This happens all the time. Two separate people approached both of my daughters when they were 16 and 17 years old. Same thing. My kids are smart. They've been told this forever. My daughters both carry mace and they both carry other things. I'm not going to say online, but they do. Because they know that there's crazy people in the world and they will not stop. They will hurt them. Talk to your kids, male or female. I don't care what they are. Inform them, educate them, teach them about everything we talk about in here, you guys. Whether it's scary or not, they need to know to protect themselves. Period. Talk to your kids. Don't hand them a phone and tell them to Google it. You tell them, please. And be honest with them. Don't be afraid of the truth, you guys. That's the problem right now. Everybody wants to soft serve it and do this, that. No. They need to know the hard truth so that they will survive this. This is a complete epidemic that we're going through right now with all this shit, okay? And it's got to stop. And I just like that whole conversation I had with the Cleveland Metro Police Chief. Don't waste your time, sir. Don't get all worked up, sir. A lot of them are runaways. Do you know what a runaway turns into within seconds? Do you know? It's not. It's not what you think, guys. It's bad stuff, okay? It's got to stop. I'm sorry I keep interrupting, but these things keep coming to my mind, and I got to say it or I'll blow up. Anyway, thank you guys again. Welcome, Dash. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Is this Dash that I think is Dash, Mom?
I don't know. I'm fixing to check it.
If it is, it's great to have one to meet up with you, sir.
That's not our Dash.
Okay. I still want to talk to him, Mom, if you get the chance. Or reschedule that, whatever I got to do. But welcome, Dash. Either way, it's great to have you here. I appreciate you. Thank you. On we go.
We meet real life friends on these platforms. Some of these relationships are tighter than in-person relationships now. It's scary.
Amen,
it's scary
Jen.
because if that's a 40-year-old man talking to a 15-year-old girl, building that relationship through Roblox or through her TV or whatever, that could be your child sitting there making connections with God only knows who.
As long as they behave, that's all that matters.
So something to think about.
She was just Angel.
But did they tell you what the next steps would be? Like, what are they working on? I know you can't tell us everything, and that's fine because we have some freaking freakos watching this. You don't want them to know like too much. You know what I mean? So
absolutely.
Now they're communicating with you. Are they communicating with Dad?
I don't know if they're communicating with Dad. I can't answer that. I just know that I'm communicating with him. You know, like I said in the post, I don't care what he's doing. What he's doing is none of my business. But what I'm doing is focusing on my daughter. So if he ever wants to speak out or whatever, I'll leave that up to him. But I don't foresee it happening because he's, like I said, he's not. He just got a smartphone like a year ago, and Angel had to show him how to use it, and he still doesn't know how to use it. So she would pick on him about that. You can't check your email, Dad.
Kind of personal questions and stuff like that.
Right.
Just clear it up for people so that they don't keep coming at you with these same questions, you know,
Right.
over, because it's just you're getting drilled with the same thing. And that way it's out there. If they have a question about it, refer back to this.
Right.
You know, and then we can focus on the main thing. Put her face
Right.
out there. We want her on every group. I know that she's spread all over West Virginia right now. I think Ohio needs to be covered. Maryland.
Ohio is covered.
Okay.
Ohio is covered. My fiance's family live in Ohio. They've got her shared there, and I believe they have acquaintances. I think it was in Indiana, maybe. I could be wrong. It was an I state. And they're splattered all over there. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that some of them know some people that are bikers. So, you know, that's going to spread like wildfire when it comes to children.
She's in a biker group. We put her in the biker groups on there because they're usually very helpful in helping to find people and stuff.
Absolutely. I have some friends in Frostburg. Well, they were my dad's friends. They're a little older now, and they can't run with the big dogs like they used to, but they also rode Harleys, and they're connected with a bunch of groups like that. So they've been sharing her picture with them as well.
What about Kentucky?
Kentucky, yes. Or no, my brother lives in Tennessee, but he's got friends in Kentucky.
Okay,
so my brother lives in Tennessee. We've got friends in Kentucky. We've got Alabama, Arizona, Washington, California, North Carolina, South Carolina, Florida. So we're really spreading it, and it's just like everybody. Georgia, we've got Georgia covered. Arizona's covered.
Not done yet. We are loud. No. And we are going to shake the earth and let everyone know we need to find your daughter.
Yes.
So
absolutely.
Anything else that you want anyone to know? I know that the group is doing great. We've got a lot of people. I'm super thankful for.
So that's kind of where they end it. And like I said, the Facebook page, let's get this over here for you guys. Let's see here. So this is the Facebook page. Just to remind you guys, please come over, join this Facebook group. It's linked down in the description of this video. This is where you are going to find the most up-to-date, most accurate information about Angel. So Harry just actually posted just now. It says the point whether Angel cries when holding an animal. It's to make her real for people. She's a real human being. By keeping her real, she doesn't become just a case. She remains a human being. Let me say this. We are all keyboard warriors. I was one too. Well, if it was me, I would. Guess what? You can say all you want about what you would do until you walk these shoes. And these are shoes I wish no parent ever had to walk. Not ignorant, nor am I stupid. I do know that not everything is being shared with me. I understand and get it. If it catches who is involved and it allows for a good solid case to put whoever is away for a long time, then I get it. And this is what we want. These investigators doing a thorough job and working properly to ensure a conviction. In the end, it saves other families having to go through this. Please just share her post and pictures. The goal of all of this is getting Angel home. I think what she means by that, guys, is if there is a crime committed, making sure that that is properly handled. She doesn't want the waters to be muddied. She doesn't want us going into this and trying to add details that aren't actually there. She wants this to be something that police are handling. She is trusting the police in this area. I ask you guys also to trust the police. If you have tips or information that could be vital to finding Angel, the number is scrolling along the bottom here. Please reach out to the police department. Turn those tips in. If you have a sighting, if you think you have seen Angel, if you think that you could have seen her at a location, take a photo of her whenever you call that in. That way police can verify if it is her or not. That way her family can verify if it is her or not. Don't just be like, oh, well, I think I've seen her down at the Sunoco. She was down at the Sunoco around 4:00 today, and call it in. No, they need to have evidence of seeing her. They need to have some type of information that says where she is to check and make sure that that's true. Let's see if Morgan County Sheriff's Office has said anything else. So 4 days ago, they posted her flyer. And that is it at this point. Just her flyer is out there on their website. But they are discussing the case with her mom. They are keeping her up to date. Like I said, trust the process in this one. Let's try to trust the process and let them do their job. They are looking for camera footage. Anyone who has camera footage of Fairview Drive from 11:30 p.m. August 2nd until 8:30 a.m. on August 3rd is asked to contact Corporal Hendrick 304-258-1067. Or you can also email jhendrick@morgancountywestvirginia.gov. So let me copy and paste that email address over here in case you guys need it. Yeah, if you take a photo of her and you have seen her and you turn that in as a tip, don't post it on Facebook group days later. Don't do that. We don't need to know. To be completely honest, we don't need to know. You know, you can share it with her mom, but to be completely honest, if some predator has Angel, in order to keep her safe, the less we know is actually the better. Because chances are, if there is a predator or a trafficking situation or any type of nefarious situation, God forbid that something nefarious happened before police were even called or anything like that, if it's a situation like that, the less we know, the better, because the information that we are following and seeing online is the same information that the people who could have her are also following and seeing online. So keep that in mind as well. You know, not every tip needs to be put in the Facebook group. Not every tip needs to go online. Now, if there is vital information, the police and Angel's mom will decide if we need to have that information or not. Don't be the leaker. Don't be the leaker. If she is trusting you with information, if she is trusting you with the details that she is not putting public, do not be the person that shares that information to the world. Don't do it. If she has a suspect in mind, or if they have a person of interest, or if there's some type of secretive detail that only the family knows, don't be the leaker. Please, please keep that private, because it can truly ruin the investigation and tip somebody off. And if they are holding her hostage or have her in an unknown location and she's unable to reach out, chances are if police were onto that, they'll move her. They will move her, and they will bounce her from location to location if it's a situation like that. And I'm not trying.
That is absolute fact, guys. She's not. That's fact. That's what's scary about these cases. That is fact, and it's not something we want. There again is Sleuth Mom's, the link to Sleuth Mom's account, or to her channel. Sorry. Please go check it out. Subscribe if you will. Like it. Very helpful stuff, and I'm very grateful that she did this. We need an entirely new predator missing profiling unit. Oh, 100%. We need something that is dedicated to nothing but this, in my opinion. Nothing but this. And a brand new, complete, 100% solid Amber Alert system, too. Period. Good points, Jen. Thank you. Yeah, right. It's very true, Jaded. Nobody seems to get it, but they definitely don't. It's sad.
Trying to scare you guys. If you are family watching this, I'm not trying to scare you. I'm just saying that if that is a possibility, we don't need to tip them off. Period. So, but that's all I really have. I don't want to add any chaos to this case. I'm not trying to hurt anyone. I did add a lot of my own insights and thoughts throughout that interview for fair use purposes. If you guys want to hear the Naked Truths podcast interview without my commentary and without.
And that's the link we dropped, was the Naked Truth. Again, Sleuth Mom, thank you so very much for this. It is so very much appreciated. And this is the only way we were going to get any of that info out, guys. There is nothing. You can go look for it. If you see something, go when you're looking, let me know. I'd love to see it, please. That way I can add to what we're trying to put out there to keep this going. And to be able to bring Angel home. Speaking of, where did this go? Give me a second here. There we go. Once again, Angel Turner. This is going to be in my shorts here soon, too. Age 15, last seen Morgan County, West Virginia, August 2nd, 2024. We're 11 days into this, guys. 15 years old, 5'1", 260 pounds. She was from the Fairview Drive area of Berkeley Springs, West Virginia. She's 15 years old. She was last seen the night before, on the 1st, at her home. She was wearing white striped t-shirt with black shorts and white sneakers. There she is. She has she's pre-diabetic, as well as being, oh, I'm not done yet, Jen. I have more if you wanted to hang out. I have another thing I'm going to cover real quick, but there's also hypothyroidism. Sorry, I couldn't think if it was hyper or hypo. Hypothyroidism. She's on medication for both. The medication is very important that she gets it. She has no phone. It is believed that she took a small to medium-sized basket with some clothing out of the drawers from her father's home when she disappeared. She went to bed 11:30 that night, got up. He got up 7 a.m. She was gone. So somewhere in between 11:30 p.m. to 7 a.m. that morning, or he got up 7:30, I think he said, she disappeared in there, somewhere in between there. We don't know the exact time. There were 2 vehicles seen the day before in that neighborhood around the house. One was a dark SUV behind the house, and another was a light-colored 4-door sedan in the driveway with the trunk open. That was the day before, Thursday before the Friday she disappeared. Okay. Mom, do you have anything to add to this before we switch cases?
No, just if you see something, say something. Don't call YouTuber. Call the numbers on the flyer, share a flyer, and like Dago said, if you see any updates or anything, his email is on his about page, Discord, or get one of us mods or somebody. Because if there's an update,
let us know.
To make sure that we know what what's been updated. Because as of right now, 11 days in, we know she's missing.
We have nothing.
She doesn't have a phone. She's got a couple of pairs of clothes, and allegedly was seen the night before. So, yeah, Captain, I agree. It sounds like a grooming to me. It really honestly sounds like another one of these dirt bags that target our children online, to put it in family-friendly terms.
It agreed. Absolutely. So there she is, guys. Remember that face. Let's bring her home. Please, let's bring her home.
And like Sleuth Mom said, I'm going to hit on this too. If you see her, take a picture. Please don't post it on Facebook. Send it straight to law enforcement. The detective's email is on her flyers. At least 2 of them that I've seen, it's on there.
And I'm telling you, I'm begging you guys, if you get a tip, a sighting, anything, don't call us. Call that number. Okay?
Yeah, don't call us, because I don't want to get called into a police department.
That number right there, 304-269-0305. That's who you call. Morgan County Sheriff's Department, not me, not Mom, not any other creator. You call them. If you can't get a hold of them, then call me and say, can you call them? Okay, but don't call us. That's all I'm saying. We appreciate it, but we can't help. We can't do anything. They can't. And it is so very appreciated, guys. She needs her medications. Facts. Okay? Morgan County Sheriff's Department. Tips, sightings, everything. Take a picture, call them, send it to them. Let's bring this little girl home. And like they said, guys, this could have just been something that she was talked into for the weekend, thought she was just going to go hang out for a day or so, and now she can't come home. They won't let her go. It happens, guys. It really, really happens. She's got a dog at home that misses her, that I'm sure she misses. She has a niece. 2 nieces that are looking for her. They're sick over this. A mother and a father, friends and family. She needs to be home. And she needs to be home days ago. There you go, Captain. Thank you very much.
This first 72 hours are the most important.
Very critical.
And it's scary.
It is beyond scary. I hate seeing these. I get like the hair stands up on the back of my neck, especially, any age, but it's just, it's not, I'm so tired of these.
Like, I'm not going to sit here and say it doesn't happen, because I can think of 3 cases off the top of my head that I've spent hours on the phone with detectives myself and got them brought home, but that doesn't always happen.
There are happy endings. Okay. We just saw one yesterday in Florida, the 5-year-old little boy that walked out into the swamp, autistic, and the sheriff's deputy saved him. God, I cried like a baby. Thank God. There are happy endings.
Have you been paying attention? Look, I got on such a rant. So I'm going to go off subject for a minute here. I don't know where you're headed, but
no, we're good.
I've
Go
been
ahead.
on such a rant on Twitter about children, and I mean, it has become an epidemic to the point where we're having at least 1 or 2 autistic, nonverbal, slightly verbal toddlers end up in the water every month, to the point where red flags are going up. And I asked a question on Twitter. I was like, is this a failure of the parents, a failure of the community, or a failure of knowledge? You know, where do you start with something like that? You know,
I mean,
like I understand that everybody can't afford alarms, but shit, you can get a cheap one, just a door dinger.
Yep.
On Amazon, if you know, and thank God these parents, they not only had an alarm on that house, but the town that happened in, it's right up the road from me. It's actually right across from where he had his wreck at. It's Volusia County, but Deltona's not that far from me. And it's like between, let's see, Deltona is before, it's like between Orange City and DeLand.
Right,
I know
right.
I'm probably just spitting out cities, and half you guys don't even know where I'm talking about. But
I know exactly where you're at because I'm living down in New Smyrna.
That officer shed that vest and was in that swamp. And what you have to understand is the water down here is freaking dangerous. Not only do you have an autistic child that's in the water, you have gators, you have snakes, everything wants to eat you down here.
That child walked out in. I was like shaking when I saw him standing where he was standing. That child walked into that swamp. I called it a swamp. Do you know how quick a gator could have grabbed him and he'd have been gone? We've never seen him again.
Oh,
and
dude.
I was nuts.
I ran upstairs with my phone and like shoved my phone in the husband's face and was like, look, they found one alive. Because he's heard me on this rant for the past month and a half of how many of these children, I mean, to the point where it was like every time I opened my Twitter feed to check cases, it was like, oh, you know, nonverbal autistic 2-year-old, 3-year-old, 4-year-old, 5-year-old missing from home, found in the water. And then we had an Amber Alert 2 days.
You cut out. You there?
Had her name, her description, and in bold lettering it said check water. Well, of course, you know, they found her in the water and she's not with us, but
yeah. Every other day, guys, barefoot, autistic. Look, check the waterways, check your yards, check your sheds. Are you serious? I've never seen one of these happen before, and now they're every other day. What is going on? It's too much. It is too much, and I don't know what the hell the deal is or why. I don't know if something in the air has changed, if something in the water has changed. The point is,
I don't know what it is, but it's to the point where like myself and I think it was 3 other advocates were discussing it on a feed on Twitter. And it was like, you know, because the way that I had reposted it, I didn't even repost a flyer. I just put out a question, you know, am I the only one that's noticed this? Like, am I crazy?
We just had Matthew Glenn. Yeah. Do you remember that? Were you around for that one, Mom, or were you?
The name sounds familiar.
Matthew Glenn. They found him. He had his birthday. He had his 5-year-old again, 5th birthday, barefoot in pajamas. Took off, walked away, I guess, and they found him a half mile down the road in the canal.
Yeah, I mean, it's just it's too much. There are precautions that you can take, and there are organizations. You know, it just I don't know.
There's resources, guys. If you don't have the money, please don't sit there and wait. Contact these resources.
Like, I'm not saying that I'm not begrudging people or downing anybody for not having an alarm system. You know what I'm saying? But just I feel like if you have an autistic child that's a wanderer and you know that child's a wanderer, like my sister is autistic and she is wheelchair bound, and that house has an alarm system on it. And I don't care what door you open, or if you even attempt to open a window in that house, it talks to you. It says, sliding glass door, 2nd floor opened, you know, and I don't know.
No, you're 100% right, because it's that. Okay. What is cheaper, guys? Losing the life of a child or spending $50 on a door alarm that'll give you peace of mind knowing that child's not going to walk out that door without you knowing.
Yeah, and like where I'm going with it is, you know, if you do have an autistic child, I know from you know, real life experience, there are resources out there like the Shriners. They helped so much when Tamara was younger, you know, and they will help you with things. Like if you reach out to them and say, hey, my child is autistic, I can't afford this, I can't afford that, you know, they will get that for you.
Yeah.
You know, she had a $50,000 wheelchair at one time that was donated to her.
Absolutely.
You know,
They do.
I,
My wife's best friend Nikki, her daughter Nija, has not MS. What's the other? I think it starts with an S. I can't. Anyway, she's got a disease. Yes, thank you. Cerebral palsy. That doesn't start with an S, but yes. Cerebral palsy. She's born that way. She's been in wheelchairs her whole life. She was donated an electric wheelchair that she can use herself by one of the groups. There was another group that got together and they built an entire ramp for her. When they moved into a new home, they came and built this beautiful ramp for her in one day. No charge. Because this stuff is expensive, guys. We know. Everybody knows. It's expensive,
Yeah.
Okay? But there are places that care enough to donate their time, their energy, their money, their abilities. You know, this group was a bunch of carpenters that got together and they go around building ramps and accessible surfaces for people that are handicapped. No charge. All you got to do is as you get in contact with them and let them know what you have. They like to see a picture of the child, of course, or the person. They show up within a week or so, check out the home, do their measurements, come together, and bing, bang, boom. And the lumber was donated by 2 companies. The hardware was donated as well. The work was all donated and the labor, everything done. Beautiful ramp. And they made it so that it's mobile. When she moves, you can take apart just a few lag bolts, fold things up, and it's mobile. You can move it. You can move it to the back if you wanted to. I mean, these people do these things every day, you guys. It's out there. All you got to do is look for it and ask. And if you can't find these things, come to one of us. We will help you find this stuff.
exactly.
We absolutely
Don't
will.
afraid to reach out.
And that's the problem, Stephen, and that's sad. Some parents just don't care for their kids or themselves, and it starts with themselves. You're right, and I hate to say that out loud. It definitely is true. You're absolutely right, Butterfly. We used to do this all the time. Okay, and I had no problems with it. I loved doing what we did. It's a thing. It really is. We had the Fireman's Fund that we would collect money for these things specifically. So,
and a lot of times you can even go to a local high school, and like if they have like a woodworking class or
trade
something
classes.
like that,
Yes.
the kids get community.
Yep.
What's it called? It's not community service. I don't mean like they're in trouble with the law, but it's like they get like points. You know what I mean? You earn
their classes and they learn to do what they're doing at the
Yeah.
same time they're doing something for the community, right?
Mhm.
Yes.
That's like a trade, but you still get you get recognized for that. So
And Jenny's right. If you do get state Medicaid, I know this for a fact, they have something called flex spending. Contact your social worker with that. If you need prices in the store, they will get it approved, and they do have it. We have that here in Ohio as well. I know for a fact. So there's things available, guys. Instead of sitting there and waiting to see if something happens, take precautions. Precautions, okay? Don't put yourself through that. Don't put your child through that. Don't put the community through that. Don't put the people that are here that are going to be here to help you through that. It's one less person, one less child, one less situation that we have to look into, and we can spend our time on another one. Not that we mind what we're doing, but there's so many of them out there. If you take the precautions and you take you make the things happen that need to happen, then we can take that time that we're doing right now with this and put it on somebody else that just can't do that. The local farmer built a ramp for my aging dog and expanded my barnyard for my rescue animals at his expense. Absolutely there are so many good people out here, guys. So many. You guys know because you're part of that community. You guys are amazing people in this community. You exist everywhere. There's a couple handfuls of people that just aren't so good, okay? But there's more of us here. There's more of us out here, and I know that, and I will believe in that until you can prove to me that it's not true. There are more of us out here that can make these things happen, that will help other people make these things happen, period. Period. So, 100%, Cap. I'm right there with you, brother. St. Jude's is amazing. I donate to them all the time. My wife has a percentage of, I can't remember the exact amount. I want to say it's like 3%. It's not a very big percentage, but it's every pay that is donated to St. Jude's from her. Her company does that. So I think it's really awesome. My dad was part of volunteer police in Idaho. I never heard of volunteer police. I've heard of volunteer firefighters, but we have, it's not volunteer. It's like something else, but they only come out for like parades and stuff like that.
Honorary.
Something like that. There's a different name we use here, but yeah. So again, okay. I just lost my complete train of thought. Sorry.
Sorry, I threw you.
No, you're fine. You didn't do it. I appreciate you joining me for this, especially this first case, because this is, why we do this. Angel Turner, guys, again, that picture I showed, we got to bring her home. 15 years old. She needs to be home with mom and dad. She needs her medications, guys. Let's bring her home, please. Please, please. Now, this next case is a little different, okay? He is called the Atomic Wedgie Killer. No lie. That is his name.
What the hell?
100%. No lie. Mama Bear threw this at me and I went, "Are you serious? This is real?" She said, "Yes, as real as it can be." And this won't take long. And then we'll be done until a little bit later. I'm going to come back in here with my son, Mr. Caden, and we're going to have a little decompression stream tonight because I promised him we could, and he wants to do it. And some people have asked me about it too, so we're going to be back here a little bit later to do that. Yes, it is called the Wedgie Killer. You don't want to believe me?
Where the hell did they come up with these names?
I'm going to show you right now. Look at this. Oklahoma Atomic Wedgie Killer sentenced to 30 years in prison. There he is.
Oh, he looks like a winner.
Yeah, so this is based out of Shawnee. The Atomic Wedgie Killer, who admitted having no excuse for his actions, was sentenced Thursday to 30 years in prison. Bradley Davis, 35 of McLeod, pleaded guilty in May to first-degree manslaughter for killing his stepfather in late December 21st of 2013. After a fight, he admitted to investigators that he had done a bad thing. Giving his stepfather a wedgie, like something done in high school. Potawatomi County District, they could have shortened that. Judge John Canavan Jr. on Thursday chose the punishment, imposing the prison sentence sought by prosecutors. The judge rejected a defense attorney's request to give Davis a second chance. The victim, Denver Lee St. Clair, 58, died after he was knocked unconscious and the elastic waistband from his ripped underwear was pulled over his head. The band ended up pressed against his throat, strangling him. The victim had suffered head wounds that prosecutors say would have been fatal if he hadn't died from the wedgie first. The judge said that he was troubled that Davis took cell phone photos of the unconscious victim, even though the victim was gurgling and clearly in distress from the wedgie. The judge also agreed with prosecutors that Davis beat his stepfather with some kind of object and then staged the crime scene to make it look like an all-out fight. Davis had been charged with first-degree murder. He had planned to claim at trial that he acted in self-defense, but he pleaded guilty to first-degree manslaughter instead. The judge could have sentenced him to as little as 4 years. Davis described what he had done in interviews with investigators as an atomic wedgie. That slang term is widely used for the most humiliating version of the underwear yanking prank. Davis, a former Marine, told the judge in May that he had meant only to embarrass his stepfather. He told investigators his stepfather started the fistfight. He never admitted to using any kind of object, and he also told investigators the two fought because St. Clair had insulted his mother. He called his stepfather a bully. The two fought inside the victim's trailer in McLeod. Davis lived in a nearby trailer that he was renting from his stepfather. His mother was in the hospital recovering from hip surgery. He claimed that he had intended to stay the night with his stepfather, then the two of them were going to pick up his mother the next day. Davis expressed remorse in his testimony in May and again in a written statement for the judge, for a report to the judge. The fight ended with Mr. St. Clair face down, passed out. After the fight, out of anger from the fight with no excuse, I pulled Mr. St. Clair's underwear up over his head, Davis wrote. I have no good reason to explain this. All I can say is I am so sorry and ashamed of my actions. I truly loved and respected Mr. St. Clair. He was always my friend. Davis was cutting wood for a living at the time of the offense, and he had been a maintenance worker at a casino before that. In asking for a 30-year sentence, District Attorney Richard Smotherman told the judge this was not mutual combat. This was not self-defense. It was pure aggression. The unusual way the victim died attracted national attention. The judge expressed sympathy Thursday for the victim's family for having to endure even more sorrow because of how the death occurred. I'm fully aware of the jokes, the way people have talked about it around town, the judge said. And the judge said he will reconsider his decision at a review in a year to 18 months. He urged Davis to take advantage of self-help programs in prison and said, well, we'll see how you do. And then it has all this here. Atomic Wedgie killer deserves lengthy prison time. Probation officer tell judge. Atomic Wedgie killer kills Oklahoma judge. Tells Oklahoma judge it's like a bad dream. So, I mean, granted, the guy, I don't believe he wanted to kill his stepfather. I think he was trying to. They got into a fight, obviously, and the guy got him knocked down. He was trying to humiliate him, and he pulled it up. And because he pulled it all the way over his head, and the waistband strangled him, guys. That's crazy. So next time you decide you want to give somebody a wedgie, think about getting 30 years in prison like this guy is all I'm saying. Pretty wild stuff, ain't it, Ma?
That's craziness. Like, what the hell goes through your head to be a grown man? I mean,
I'm just saying, like, 35 years old.
I'm with Andy. Stay safe, go commando. That just seems like the safe route to do.
Save your life, yeah. You never know.
What you gonna grab now, bub?
And you stick your hand down in there, you got a surprise coming, Bubba. I gotta be honest. And I thought, I know it's not really like our typical, but with what we just looked at and so on, a little lighthearted in some sense. It's still horrible because somebody lost their life, but just saying.
Food for thought.
Yeah. If nobody has seen it, by the way. Oh, let me show you how this popped up. This is how this shows up as the link for it too, by the way.
He took a damn picture? What the hell is wrong with this guy? He deserves 30 years in prison, freaking weirdo.
That's why the judge said he was a little alarmed because the guy took pictures. And I'm looking at this going, good God almighty, that's got to be painful. Stay safe, go commando. There you go, Doodle. Print it up. Yeah, the guy took pictures of it. He was really trying to humiliate him, but he said he loved and cared for him. They were really friends. I don't think so, bro. You don't do this to somebody you love. I'm sorry.
No.
You just don't.
No, what the hell was you documenting that for? You be Sarah Boone? You going to post it on TikTok and YouTube and Facebook? Freaking,
yes.
What the hell is wrong with people?
Agreed. By the way, speaking of Miss Sarah, I don't know if you guys had heard or not, but Miss Sarah put some motions through. She presented a motion to the court to since she is left no choice but to be her own attorney. Okay. She motioned to be able to sit at the tables that the attorney sit at. There's a name for it. I can't think right now. But anyway, and to be not to be handcuffed while she's sitting there. And I guess she won that. My understanding. Unshackled. Thank you. Yes.
Have you seen her fancy pink handcuffs?
Yes, I've seen them.
Somebody said those were shock cuffs.
I think they probably are. She probably needs them. Let me see something here.
It's like 15 minutes from me where she put him in the suitcase.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Crazy scenario. Letters and motion to be unrestrained in the courtroom defends herself. Yeah, she's defending herself. I do believe that they did give her finally somebody, some form of an attorney to kind of direct her in the direction she's got to go, but they won't give her any kind of, like, a lot of times when you are defending yourself, the court will give you somebody, an attorney, to kind of like help to defend you. They won't even give her that because she has milked the system for 5 years, you guys. Crazy, crazy, crazy.
Yeah, I first heard it as a 911 call.
That's when I covered it 2 years ago almost. I first started it. And I
just can't with her ad that she put out. She, I'll give her credit. She was creative. But her seeking attorney ad, only Sarah Boone would try something like that.
Of course. This woman is completely detached from like reality, in my opinion. And I don't typically judge people that way. I can't with this one. I can't.
No.
I've tried. I really have tried. Hold on a minute here.
I don't give a damn how drunk you are. She knows
there's no excuse. Yeah, thank you. There is absolutely zero excuse for any of that, guys. Just saying, because you know what you're doing. You know exactly what you're doing. Hold on a second. Where did this? I just saw this. Okay. So once again, also I got to show you guys this because I've been, as long as it's going to go on every day, I'm going to show it to you just to remind you, to keep you safe. For those of you that might pop in here that aren't in here all the time, Joshua Zimmerman is still missing. Day 58. This is from 20 hours ago. Yeah. Okay. Still out there. There was something that there is a little bit of an update you guys are actually going to get from this real quick. So hang on and let me play it for you.
Of traveling to Connecticut, where he in his head is going to commit a murder of 5 people, right? That's a mass shooting. That is what we know, and we've known that for the better part of almost 60 days, right? What we learned now is last night they had confirmed that Zimmerman's good friend Michael Allen Smith of Waterbury, Connecticut, was in Zimmerman's stomping grounds in Florida, where Zimmerman had previously kidnapped a girl, raped her, and tried to kill her after holding her in the basement in Waterbury, Connecticut. He took a girl from Florida, took her to Connecticut, tattooed his name on her neck, tried to kill her, raped her. She got away. Fast forward to this now, the manhunt. June 14th, he escapes, and slowly but surely, I mean, at first it was DeSoto County, and we said possibly Memphis. Then we added Memphis for sure. And then we had to add other states, obviously Arkansas. And you guys saw as it went on, we added Florida very quickly. In specific counties in Florida, and we also added Georgia. We also added North Carolina. So July 14th, around then, I think it was the 14th, Michael Smith is in Florida, where he shoots and kills a police officer in the line of duty. Michael Smith kills him with a gun. He shoots the Florida police officer in cold blood, and he flees Florida. Meanwhile, Michael Smith was talking to Joshua Zimmerman through Zimmerman's accomplices and his Waterbury, Connecticut network. Zimmerman's Waterbury, Connecticut network.
Oh no, I understand. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Which county's in Florida?
Sarasota County, I think he said.
He said counties.
Or I only heard the one. I don't know. Florida. He's been everywhere. He's got him in Ohio, New York, everywhere. You're absolutely fine, Metamom. Don't worry, hon. I knew what you were saying.
Assisted in.
Oh, he could be anywhere. They're supposedly heading to Connecticut. Thank you, Doodlebug. And yeah. So I don't know. Oh, you did that. Okay. Again, thank you, Doodlebug. Thank you guys again to anybody that donates to the links tonight on this. Anything that goes to these links tonight is going to my son. They're doing their band competition thing for Cedar Point, where they got to march through Cedar Point tomorrow, and then they get the whole day to spend there. So anything I make on this, I'm going to give him for spending money so he can eat and do whatever he's got to do. So after they march and play, and hopefully they win, cross your fingers, then he gets to spend the whole day there doing Cedar Point things. So need a little bit of this or that for him. But if anybody does that, and nobody, that doesn't mean I expect you guys to. Please don't think that. But if you choose to, that's where it's all going. So thank you again. But yeah, I think he said Sarasota County. Where is that? Do you know where that's at, Mom?
That sounds familiar. Let me see. Sarasota County. There's so many damn counties in this state.
Yeah,
like,
and that's,
you wouldn't believe how many counties there are till you get to looking at a county district map and you're going, what the hell do we need all these counties for?
Same thing with Ohio. Is there something in the water in Florida? They have the oddest crimes trying to rob a Wendy's with an alligator. What?
Jenny, the whole ass state of Florida is crazy.
Trying to rob a Wendy's with an alligator. You've got to be kidding me.
I think I saw that on Twitter, actually.
Metamom, I hate to split, but I got to go listen to the Elon Trump interview. Oh, have a great night, Mom. Metamom, enjoy it, and thank you for joining us. Appreciate you very much.
It's Cedar Key, or no, I'm sorry, Siesta Key, Northport. It's the Gulf side.
Yeah, Sarah's in Florida too, JC. Hey, JC.
So you're below Tampa, but before Fort Myers. So Northport is part of that county.
And no, Andy, I did not see that. What is wrong with you people? Not you, but guys, but whoever's doing these crazy things.
I'm telling you, man, it never ends. Like me and the old man were talking the other day, and he said, you could do a whole series on just the Florida man.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, you're probably right. You could do like literally a whole series of nothing but the Florida man. Do you know they had the Florida Man Olympics the first of this year in St. Augustine? We missed it.
What is the Florida man?
What is the Florida man?
Yeah.
Well, we have the Sunshine Law, so it's an open record state.
Of course,
so this is where you hear the crazy shit. So the Florida man is like, I'll give you a personal example. So let's take a ladder, tie a ladder to another ladder, climb up the ladder with a chainsaw running and cut the limb down off of a tree in the backyard and hold on to the basketball goal to leverage ourselves while we have the chainsaw running. Yes, my youngest son has a video of it. He swore he was going to put it on TikTok and say we have our very own Florida man.
I get it.
It's just the crazy shit that happens down here.
Crazy,
like,
goofy, yeah.
Like Florida man grabs alligator by the tail on the side of the highway, is surprised, leg now missing from the knee down, and
That's like the guy that climbs a tree to cut the tree limbs off, and he cuts the limb he's standing on. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm serious. Like that, and I'm not even being facetious. If he was awake, I'd have him tell you the story. Like, me and the boy are literally sitting out here in a lawn chair going, well, this is some Florida man shit if I've ever seen it in my life.
Yeah, I'm sure every state has one. I'm sure. I know Ohio's got a bunch of crazy people too. We definitely do.
But because we're open records, that's why you hear so many of these insane, crazy ass stories.
Absolutely.
Like the guy that ate his neighbor's face. Like, I think that was in DeLand.
I remember that one. That's the bath salt guy.
Yeah. Well, that's what the hell is it called? An angel drum. It's a tree down here that they make that flocka crap out of. Thank God that fizzled away.
Yes.
Yeah, it's completely just like, you turn on the news and you're going, what in the hell were you thinking?
Oh yeah.
But it's like in Kentucky, you know, you hear people make the joke, you know, hold my beer, and you've got like,
Florida man arrested for allegedly tossing alligator into Wendy's drive-thru. Wow. I mean, that'll do it. I would give him whatever he wanted for that. Just saying.
Was it a big gator though? Because
it looked like a baby, a little bit bigger than probably like a teenager. I'll call it.
It's a swamp puppy.
Yep. So
I've been in and out of
Florida natives know it's everywhere. We just walk in the light and let our freak fly.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's just normal. Like, you don't.
There ain't nothing to be ashamed of.
You don't even notice crazy stuff. Like, honestly, you don't. Like, you go to the beach in Daytona, it's 11 o'clock at night, you know, when sharks feed, and there's a bunch of people in the water, and you're thinking, what the hell's wrong with those tourists? And then they come up, and they're like, hey, man, you from around here? Let's go hang out at my house. And you're going, what the hell?
No, I lived down in New Smyrna, and I learned real quick. And that's the funny. Here's the thing, you guys. I've learned when I lived down there. It's not the Florida natives, the people that are from Florida, that are the crazies. It's the people that transplant to Florida, that came from other places, that show up down there, that are doing weird shit that they don't. It just doesn't make sense. So it's not the people that are from Florida. It's the people that transplant to Florida, that they bring their crazy with them and they do their weird shit down there. So I've seen it a lot when I lived down there.
I don't know. Mine's born and bred here in Florida, and he's just as crazy as any Florida man that you'll see on TV.
Well, that's a little different, but I'm just saying. I'm telling you.
I mean, that's a true story. I'm talking about literally took the world's tiniest rope and tied 2 ladders together and climbed up the ladder with the chainsaw running. Like, I'm not even kidding you.
That's just
what do you
stupidity.
Do? Helmet and hope that you don't have to go to the big Orlando accent.
That is absolute stupidity. The thing is Florida's like a giant melting pot too. You know, like I said, there are people, everybody from everywhere goes to Florida, and that's just where they go because that's where the sun is, and they don't want to go to Cali because Cali's too expensive, and so Florida's a little bit more lush. In my opinion, it's not so busy, and there's beaches, and there's, you know what I mean? So that's why everybody goes there.
Yeah, hey, I moved back down here to slow down. Like, was my whole reason was to come back down here was to slow down. Like,
yeah, and that's true too.
Retiring, and I lasted about 2 months and was like, yep, screw that. I got to work. I can't do this.
That's right. Salty's right. Everybody wanted to go to Florida because of the pandemic, because during that, they told you that cold weather, instead of killing that virus, would make it worse. So I said, let's go to Florida and get in the sun, and we'll survive. And
we
then
didn't participate, and said beer flu down here.
Right. It is what it is. And then the one thing I will say that happened down there is the crazy people that, again, they went to Florida. They weren't from Florida for spring break. Let's go and gather together when we're supposed to be staying 6 feet apart and say, let's party at spring break. Well, come on, guys. You can miss it for 1 year, you know? But whatever. They did what they did. And then everybody got sick again. So be it. Takes all types. Yep. A lot of snowbirds go to Florida, Southern Texas, and AZ. Absolutely. I remember it. I was a snowbird. I was a snowbird till I moved there. I was a, they called me something else too, because I was a skater. Okay. And all the local teens and surfers and the skaters that lived there, they didn't want me there. They did not want me there. I can't remember what the hell they called me. I wasn't local. They called me something else, and it wasn't a snowbird. It was something else. It took a while to fit in and make friends, but I did. But it took a minute. They were not kind to me coming there, but you know, it was one of them things. So I'm just going based on what I saw in the news about the spring breakers and stuff. I saw that whole thing about it, and then next thing you know, there was an uptick in the outbreaks, and I'm like, okay, so be it. But yeah, it's everywhere though.
Started, it was literally daytime because I was working at the resort, so Daytona was full of people. But I said we didn't participate in that bear flu thing.
Well, a lot of people didn't take it serious. A lot of people thought it was a joke. Then they're showing New York where they're bringing in tractor trailers to hold bodies, and I'm like, good God, this ain't a joke. This is real. And we had we lost a lot of people here. A lot. It was dangerous. I'll say that much. It was real. And it still is. It's not as bad, but it's still there. There's a prediction that, what are we at, 2024, 2025, supposedly it's supposed to go boom, here we are again, and pop back up like it did. But wonderful. I think it's a prediction though. You know how that goes. I think that it'll be a little different this time, because I think people are very they're a little more prepared. It's changed people in some ways. I want to tell you, I'll guarantee you one thing, that it made this all different right here. It really did. It brought a lot more people out here, and it changed a lot of things. So,
yeah, I mean, you have a lot of people that are introvert or homebound that, they were able to find communities like ours that were, they have a place that they can go without going into public. Like, I have social anxiety, believe it or not. Like, I hate being in public. I hate being around people. I hate large crowds. Like, I just can't do it.
Well, and you know what's funny is I've become that way too. And it wasn't till that happened that I was that way. It was kind of weird. I don't like leaving the house now. I mean, I don't hate it. I like to get outside, but I don't like to go anywhere in public anymore. Do you know what I mean? Ever since that happened.
Oh no, this was before it, but yeah, I get you. I feel you. Like, I go to the grocery store once a week because I have to adult, and it's literally dragging me out of this house. I do enjoy going to Goodwill's, but I've had, Tater was a preemie, so I have issues with touching stuff to start with. So unless I'm going to buy it, I don't touch it. I'm just weird about touching stuff. People just gross me out. So, this ought to be good.
It was just requested that I read this with the camera on. I guess my reactions are interesting.
Yay!
I'm there with you, Salty. I just stay home unless I have to go somewhere. But so this is listed as the 40 craziest Florida man headlines. No. That have kept the meme alive. Crazy, hilarious, and absurd things happening in Florida have been popularized on the internet by Florida Man memes. Florida Man headlines, I see where this came from now, have been online since 2013, and netizens uploading material about men doing unusual acts such as crimes. Okay, so I remember hearing about this at some point. So, what is this? One, Florida man breaks into house, cleans it, and leaves original behind origami. What? A man identified as Nate Roman from Marlborough, Massachusetts. Fee? Transplants. This is your area, Andy. Reported a funny incident that left many shocked. He came home, found an intruder had entered his home, and cleaned everything in the house, including spreading his bead and scrubbing the toilets. What is even more crazy is that he left behind origami roses on his toilet paper rolls. What in God's name I mean,
freaking great.
Can't complain too much, but shit. Number 2, Florida man blows 3.339 blood alcohol level and gets DUI on a golf court. 0.339? How are you still alive, bro? Good God. You can get those here. Where I live at, there's a lot of people that own golf carts and they drive around town in golf carts here. Up and down my road. And I'm in a rural area, right? And twice I've seen the golf carts pulled over and they were DUIs. And it goes in our little local newspaper that we have here when it happens too.
That's
pretty crazy. Yeah.
I live in a private, like all the neighbors have golf carts, or what are the side by side or whatever the hell they're called.
Right. Yeah.
I would probably piss myself laughing if somebody was drunk driving down the road.
One of them I saw was one that hit a tree and got a DUI for that too in the golf cart, and it was laying in front of the cart on the ground, passed out.
Oh shit!
Everywhere, it's crazy. I did see that one. Where'd that go, Jenny? I did see that a lady got a DUI riding her suitcase around the airport because she was under the influence. Yes, it was one of those motorized suitcases. Did you sit on it and ride it like the cooler? Yes, I saw and heard about that.
They have motorized suitcases?
Oh yeah. Yes.
What the hell?
There's motorized coolers that you can sit on and drive. So this one here, this guy and the blew the alcohol level thing is Alfred Constant Mathau went for a cruise on his golf cart, and while driving on a highway, he was stopped by police who noticed he was drunk. On testing his blood alcohol content, it turned out to be 0.339, which is way above the legal limit, and he was arrested. I imagine. Number 3, Florida man flees cops so fast that some of his clothes come off. The police identify him with DNA from his sock. Cops could only find a pair of jean shorts, a sandal, and a sock at a shooting scene in St. Petersburg, Florida. After the suspects dashed from the scene, however, the socks proved to be a vital piece of evidence. After DNA pulled from it matched Octavius Jesse Henderson, identifying the shooting suspect. That's a new one. I've never heard of that. We'll have to look into that one. Andy, oh my God. Nobody tells Sarah. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God, Doodle. That was wrong.
I've seen the coolers because we go to car shows, and I saw the coolers at a police car show, but I did not know they had luggage.
Oh, yes. Yes, ma'am. They do have them. Doodle, you're insane. That was too funny.
I love Doodle.
Number 4, Florida man tries to walk out of a store with a chainsaw stuffed down his pants. Anthony Ballard took shoplifting a notch higher by shoplifting a chainsaw. He reportedly entered Treasure Coast Lawn Equipment and engaged the cashier in small talk while hiding the power tool in his pants. Bro, I just want to know how'd you get it down there? Number 5, Florida man arrested for calling 911 after his cat was denied entry into a club. Everett Lodges visited a Florida nightclub alongside his kitten, but the officials denied access to the facility. Instead of leaving, he called 911, and when the cops arrived, he was uncooperative and continued calling 911, and he was arrested for misusing 911 because his kitty couldn't get into the club with him. Was he circumcised? Cap, I couldn't tell you. Oh, you're talking about the chainsaw guy? No, but he very well could be now. Number 6, Florida man arrested for crashing car into a mall. It says he was trying to time travel. Oh, for God's sakes. Are you serious? Back to the future. He was looking for Doc Brown. A car crashed into a mall on North Davis Highway in Pensacola, Florida. When cops questioned the unidentified man driving the Dodge Challenger, he said he was trying to time travel when the incident occurred. Yes. Could you imagine? Could you imagine being the cop? What are you doing here, sir? I was going back in time, bro. 88 miles per hour, guys. 88 miles per hour. Oh, Jesus, it takes all types. Oh, no. What is this? Police say, number 7, police say a Florida man with no arms and legs is armed and on the run. Florida police were looking for a person suspected of that horrible incident. Sean Petrosino, the suspect, is a quadruple amputee who lived with his parents after separating from his wife. The police warned the public, saying Petrosino was armed and on the run.
I can't. I'm just gonna mute.
Number 8. Florida man impersonating a police officer pulls over real cops. That is some instant karma. Matthew Joseph Harris was arrested on April 2019 after impersonating a police officer. Matthew unknowingly stopped an undercover cop who later called 911 to inform the real cops who apprehended him. Wait a minute, let's back this up. Police say Florida man with no arms and no legs is armed and on the run. I just wanted to read it one more time to make sure I read it right. Number 9.
I'm muted.
Number 9. Florida man calls 911 after PlayStation stopped working. Oh, God. An unidentified Florida man called 911 to inquire why his PlayStation system was not working. He wanted to know if there was a network issue. So let's dial 911 and ask them. You have problems, bro. Number 11. Wait, was that 10? Yeah. Or no. Number 10. Florida man and his pet chicken developed social media fame. A man in Niceville, Florida, gained immense fame on social media with his pet chicken. The two were almost inseparable as they were seen visiting most places and enjoying their time together. Dave Cox and his chicken, Sammy, have a significant following on Instagram. I want to see how many of you guys are looking right now.
Well, with a name like Dave Cox, I mean, you know, if you have a good chicken friend.
Dave Cox and Sammy. Yep. Great defense. Exactly, Cap. Oh, my God. Hold on, guys. I'll be right back. Number 7 is still bugging me. I'll be right back.
Okay. Oh, this is great. So how y'all doing? Thank you, Andy. This was a great way to close out. I'm in tears over here. Just got my mute button on hot. Me too, Captain. I love a good love story. I kind of want to go find him on Instagram. What kind of lifestyle you got with a chicken? Is it a rooster or is it a hen?
All right, all you investigators, I'm back.
Yahoo!
All right, so, oh boy. Number 11, Florida man attacks girlfriend with banana. A man, I think I've heard this. A man named Philip Joseph Smolinski was arrested on charges of domestic battery and resisting arrest. His girlfriend alleged that during an argument, Smolinski threw a banana at her, which struck her in the face. Smolinski denied this and claimed that she was the one who initiated the fruit fight. Wow. Number 12. Okay, this one here is what happens in Ohio. Just so you guys know. This is that type of stupid asses we are. Florida man calls 911 to report himself drunk driving. The The story evolves from a man from Winter Haven, Florida, named Michael Lester, who called 911 on New Year's Eve to report himself for drunk driving. When asked for his location, he said he was all over Winter Haven because he was so intoxicated to know exactly where he was.
Oh shit, not Winter Haven.
Yeah, that's it.
There's one of them nice areas.
Mm-hmm. Number 13. Florida man grabs alligator and chases customers in store while on beer run. This Florida man news occurred in Jacksonville in July of 2018 and involved a man named Robbie Stratton. He went on a beer run, but with an unexpected companion, an alligator. Stratton reportedly chased customers around the store with the alligator in hand. Jesus Christ.
I want to see the security footage. I need that CCTV in my life.
Yep. Of all the stories about the Florida man on the internet, some are crazy and a bit bizarre, but here are the Florida man stories that you will find quite absurd. Number 1, Florida man arrested for trying to get alligator drunk. On August 2019, 2 Florida men were arrested by police after they were found giving beer to an alligator they captured. A video showed Timothy Kepke and Noah Osborne forcefully pouring beer into the alligator's mouth. Maybe they just wanted to have somebody to hang out with. I mean, they needed a drinking buddy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you can't give the gators hallucinogens or alcohol. It's not a good idea.
I don't think he was going to be driving. It would have been safe. Just saying. I don't know.
That's true.
That's just thoughts, guys. Number 2, Florida man. You notice all these alligators there's a lot of alligator shit, obviously.
Oh, I know. Yeah. I love swamp puppies from a distance.
From a big distance, yes. A Florida man fights off alligator that attacked his dog. Trent Tweedle's morning walk with his dog Loki turned disastrous when an alligator attacked his pet. In an attempt to rescue his pet, the dog owner ended up in a tug of war with the alligator. He rescued his dog, but not without minor injuries, I'm sure. Well, at least he saved his dog.
Yeah, it was a little Cocker Spaniel, and it was like a neighborhood retention pond, and that old man knocked the shit out that gator.
Oh, you saw
There's
this one?
There's a video out there, yep. Yeah, it was on the local
Nice.
list.
Gotcha. Number 3, Florida man arrested for botched castration surgery. Oops.
Hell?
Gary Van Ryswick hit the headlines in August of 2019 after he was arrested for conducting a failed castration surgery. Gary Van Ryswick and another person met online and opted to perform the surgery, but he was not a licensed medical doctor. For those of you that do not know, which I'm sure most of you do, what castration means, it means they were removing the lower genital
He was
area.
departing from his member.
Yes. Whacking the wiener off. Number 4, Florida man in Largo tells police, just take me to jail. In March of 2022, Kyle Futch was identified as the person on surveillance camera seen taking boots at a store without paying. When police visited his home for arrest, he told them to take him to jail. Okay. Free meals, free bed, so be it. Number 5, Florida man busted with guns and baby alligator. Again, the alligator in truck. Officers pulled over a truck driven by Michael Marola on April of 2022. On searching the truck, they found guns. They were drawn back when they saw a baby alligator in the truck bed. Well, that could have just been like something that crawled up in there, maybe, right?
I mean, they climb fences and stuff, so it is very possible.
Right.
That it climbed in there. But I mean, it would have had to have a way to climb up to the bed of the truck. I mean, unless it was like parked on a hill or something.
That's what I was wondering. Unless he just picked it up on the side of the road, maybe, and said, hey, you're going home with me, bud.
I mean, crazier things have happened.
Yes, ma'am. The baby ones are kind of cute, and they're not as they won't hurt you so bad, but they do get bigger.
Mm-hmm.
Number 6, unique piece of evidence helps police find Florida man in robbery. William Carroll allegedly robbed a woman at knife point and made away with her backpack. Police caught him, but nothing could tie him to the crime scene until a brown stain that matched a dog's poop at the scene was spotted on his shirt.
Ruh-roh.
That's interesting, folks. Very, very interesting. Number 7, Florida man driving a car with 2 missing tires blames it on paranormal activity. Oh, Jesus, help me. In November of 2022, cops pulled over a driver. They noticed it was driving a vehicle without 2 wheels. The driver explained to the officers that someone had put a spell on him and had to drive away fast, causing the damage. Doodle,
Spell on me.
how would you react to that, Doodle, if you'd have pulled him over? Wow. Number 8, Florida man has a great time in someone else's vacation rental. Zachary Seth Murdoch was arrested after he broke into a vacation rental, bathed, made himself a cup of coffee. His identity was revealed after his bus ticket was found in the kitchen trash can. I've heard of these. We had that happen here. We had a guy that was breaking into houses here, and he was breaking in, and I want to say he was showering and he was making sandwiches at every place he'd break into, or food, like making food. You know what I mean? Every place he worked, he broke into a shower, and he cooked in one of the houses or took food and ate it. Left it on the counter too.
Dirty boy.
Could
have left origami toilet paper like the other guy.
Yeah, right. I mean, at least the dude was clean. You got to know that, you know. Oh, shit. Number 9, Florida man busted for stealing his twin brother's identity. In 2022, April 2022, Wayne Bowen pleaded guilty to stealing his twin brother's identity. He used his estranged brother's name, Social Security card, and military discharge papers to apply for federally subsidized housing benefits. I mean, I got twins.
Times are hard, man.
Yeah. I mean, just saying, bro. Prove it. Prove it. How you know it wasn't me? How you know it wasn't him?
Mystery, we're all scarred.
Yes. Number 10. Florida man drives stolen truck to Space Force base to warn of a battle between aliens and dragons. Dun, dun, dun. Want to know what he was smoking that morning? Corey Johnson was charged with grand theft auto in 2022. He stole a Ford F-150, and you could have stole a Chevy, bro, and drove it to a Space Force base to warn the government about mythical creatures. He told the authorities that U.S. aliens were fighting with Chinese dragons. Guys, say no to drugs. Florida man is killed in a porta potty. I've heard of this happening before. In March of 2022, a Florida man, Aaron Henderson, age 43, was working at a landfill when he was tragically killed when a bulldozer accidentally crushed the porta potty he was using. Okay, so the one that I heard before was about what the hell? How did it go? It was at a concert setting, and this porta potty was sitting on the edge of a hill. They were lined up, and it was like on a hill of a cliff. Behind it, there was a huge cliff. And from what I understand from the one I read before was it got knocked over somehow. I can't remember how it got knocked over, but the guy drowned. When it got knocked over, all the shit, the way it rolled, the guy ended up in the thing and he drowned. It was upside down or something. It was kind of crazy. Or suffocated. I think they said drowned though. Number 13.
I'm gonna tell you right now, if I'm in a porta potty and it goes rolling down a hill, I don't even want to come out of it. Like, could you imagine, dude?
No, ma'am. No, I don't want to ever think about that. Number 13, Florida man faked his death and went on the run for 20 years. A man, Benny Wint, faked his own demise under the belief that law enforcement was pursuing him for drug-related offenses. For 20 years, after pretending to drown at a Florida beach, Wint secretly lived believing he was going to be arrested soon.
Doodle, you're killing me.
So, number 14, Florida man high on flakka attacked officer, said that he was God. According to police reports, a man in Florida believed to be under the influence of flakka, a dangerous synthetic drug, exhibited some erratic behavior. The man, identified as Kenneth Crowder, was reported seen running naked through the neighborhoods while claiming to be God. That's why they shut that shit down.
Mm-hmm.
Number 15, man accused of shooting roommate 10 times during argument about cats. Good God. In Lee County, Florida, dispute over cats allegedly led to a 59-year-old man, Glenn White, shooting his roommate multiple times on March 8th of 2024. The victim, a woman, sustained 10 gunshot wounds, but fortunately survived. Wow. After receiving medical care, the altercation reportedly arose. Then White introduced more cats into the shared residence without his roommate's consent. She got shot 10 times and survived, guys.
I think that's the case where if you watch the body cam footage, the guy comes out in like a full zip up, like those pajamas that are fuzzy that have the little buttons where the butt opens up on them. I'm not even kidding you. I think that's the same case.
An unidentified person was apprehended by cops for blocking traffic after doing a flip on the road. However, he set himself free after and tried to get away fast by cartwheeling himself and was caught. You can't catch me. I'm cartwheeling away. Oh, shit. Florida man driving with a clown mannequin had a live grenade in his pickup truck. They searched it and found the live grenade. I'm not going to keep going because I'll be here all night. There's so many more though, but those are really interesting, you guys.
You need to bookmark that so we can finish it next time.
Yeah, I have it actually. There's more, and I'll keep going. It's actually kind of fun. It's a good way to wind down after dealing with some crappy stuff.
Oh yeah.
But speaking of which, tonight,
it's a palate cleanser.
Yes, ma'am. That's exactly a good way to put it too. Tonight we're doing another version of a decompression stream. For those of you that are interested, and my son will be joining me, as you all well know him.
Yay, the boy.
Yes, Mr. Caden will be here. He's been asking me for this forever. So for those of you that are newer, we do this every so often, once a month or something like that. Come on back in. We're not going to be doing any true crime. So if you bring it up, you got to pay $50. I'm just kidding. If you bring it up, it just won't be nothing to talk about. We're going to come in, hang out. My son likes to bring out his guitar. He likes to sing. So we're just going to kind of have a little bit of a music night, enjoyment, relaxation, that kind of stuff. So, and more. I usually play music myself. I was a DJ years and years ago, and I love it. I have a really nice playlist, and I do, just enjoy it. It helps me to unwind. And my son jumps in here and he does his little thing. He's not the greatest in the world, and he knows that, but he enjoys doing it, and he just loves it. He's like me. He loves music. So that's going to be happening here in about an hour or so, I'd say. So for those of you that are interested, come on in, hang out. Don't bring any crime with you because there ain't none allowed. Bring your drinks, whatever, your dancing shoes, whatever you choose to do, but come on back, guys. It's a lot of fun. And we talk a little bit about this, that, and everything else. But that's pretty much what it's about. And then we need these decompression times, to relax from the stuff we do. Like I said, we do a lot of nasty, mean, gross, disgusting, hard on your heart, all of those things type stuff. So it's nice to be able to unravel a little from that and do something a little different. And also
decompression is very important.
Absolutely.
Anytime you dive, you have to decompress before you come back up, or you will explode.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And we go into this stuff week after week after day, or day after day after day after week after week after month after month. And a lot of times we don't step away from it. We don't take breaks from it. So it's got to be done. It's unhealthy to not take breaks. Mom just took a break from YouTube for a while. I did a week or so back, or 2 weeks ago, when I was dealing with that other stuff. I mean, I did it for a different reason, but I needed to do that because there's a lot of stress that comes from this. It plays on your mind. You lose sleep. You don't eat sometimes, and you just stress, worry, stress, worry. It's not healthy, guys. We got to be able to be people. Yes,
exactly.
We got to be able to be people and step away from it. And I like to do that too, because you guys get to see, for those of you that are newer, most of you guys know me already. You see another side of me that you don't see in here. And you guys get to meet my son, for those of you that haven't as well. He's a great kid. One of my best friend. And he's very talented. He's a very good-hearted person. And we get to spend time together doing it. So, you guys should enjoy it. For those of you that will want to. For those of you that don't, I understand. Some people don't like to come in because it's not true crime, and that's okay. But that's what we're going to do, guys. So if you're interested, come on by. We don't get a whole lot of people in here, and that's okay. I like it that way sometimes. Son of Meatball. Yes, he is the little meatball, but he's bigger than me now. So, but yeah, that's gonna be about. I've seen the one. Yes.
Minnie's my size. He's my height and my size, and then Tater he's almost 7 foot tall. He's huge. He took after the other side.
Your husband's tall though, right?
Yeah. Well, no. No, he's not tall. I'm taller
but
than
him.
But
you're tall. You're
Tater's
tall.
side's tall.
Man.
Yeah.
Yeah. For a woman, you're nothing against that. I'm not trying to be mean, but for a woman,
no, you're tall.
You're tall.
Yeah. I'm 6 foot.
100%. That's just kind of not a thing you see everywhere, guys. So yeah, that would make sense right there. But yes, I hope to see some of you guys in here. For sure. Again, real quick before I end this, I want to thank you guys for joining us tonight. Mom, it's always wonderful to have you up here with me.
Thank you for having me up.
Oh, absolutely. Anytime, especially when we cover cases like this. I like to have you here for that reason. In case we need resources spoke about or anything like that. And plus, it's just good to have you here when we do that. Mama Bear said to say thank you. She couldn't make it, and she was glad that you were here. So,
Mama Bear. I know she's like me. She works a lot, so it's
she didn't. It wasn't working, but she had a lot of stuff she had to deal with the kids. So it's okay.
Yeah, the kids.
Tomboy, hello, coming in. I missed it. The whole shit bang. Yeah, but we're going live again here in about an hour or so. Again, for a decompression stream. My son's going to be joining me. We're going to be hanging out and having a little bit of enjoyment time. I want to thank anybody that donated to the Cash App, PayPal, and Venmo tonight. Anything that from that tonight is going to Caden, as well anything from our next stream tonight for his Cedar Point thing. And cross your fingers, guys, that their marching band wins, because they're pretty hard working. They're a great band, by the way. I love listening to what they do. They do this little competition thing at Cedar Point tomorrow. They march, they play, and then the rest of the day they get to play like the rides and all that crazy stuff that I have nothing to do with. I don't know how I used to do it. I don't understand this. I used to love, what do they call roller coasters, right?
I'm too old for that crap.
I can't even look at them now. They make me nervous. Thank you, Doodle.
Mm-hmm. Give me a water park. I'm very content. Except I'm not getting on one of those stupid, crazy, 5-story high.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nope.
I did that back in the day too, and now I couldn't do it now because they're so high up that.
Nope. No thank you. I'll go flying off the freaking be over in the next county somewhere like a freaking magic carpet. So
I saw that on a video. Did you see that video? That guy that came down. It was a 90-degree angle, straight up and down almost, and he come flying down off it, and the guy didn't weigh very much, and he lifted up off of it and went over the side.
Oh hell no! See, that'd be me.
Scared the shit out of me to watch it. It was crazy. Give me a funnel cake in a corner. Absolutely, Doodle.
Oh, I want Doodle funnel cake. Yummy with extra powder.
Elephant ears. I love those.
and a coffee. All right, y'all, make good choices. Make sure you come back and listen to the music night. It's always a lot of fun. Make sure you're not me. Keep your laptop out of your lap. There are couch dancing that is accepted. And if you see something, say something, and I'm going to jump down into chat. Thank you, Dago.
Thank you. You coming back in later too, or are you busy?
Yeah, I'm going to try to come back in.
Okay. Thank you, dear, and I will see you soon.
Yep.
Bye-bye. Captain says, common, Dago break out the banjo tonight. Hey, I wish I had one, actually. Come on. Oh, come on, Dago, break out the banjo. I don't have one. I would love to have one, though, and I want to learn how to play one. I'm not a guitar player, you guys. I'm a drummer that tries to play the guitar. He taught himself how to play guitar and other things, so just saying. So that's going to be it. Thank you guys again for supporting this show. We appreciate you very much. Again, Angel Turner, missing since August 2nd. 11 days. 15-year-old little girl needs to be home, needs her meds. Time to get her there, guys. So please share this out in your social media, if you will. Let's bring her home. Thank you, guys. For those of you that I won't see tonight, guys, don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. And please don't change anything about yourselves. You absolutely amazing peeps. Don't do it. For those of you that I will see, I can't wait. I hope to see you guys soon. Have a great rest of your night. And I will be back. Bye-bye now.